And we live.
Hello.
Hi, everybody.
How's it going?
I'm also here.
I was muted. Hello.
We're ready to crack some more elven skulls that we need to help us.
No, but we are ready to talk about your mom problems.
Connor has mommy issues, yeah.
All right, let's see. From the top left of the screen, we have mommy, daddy, and sister issues. The
Top left, not top right.
Did I say left? Okay. Let's see. Middle left, we don't remember. Bottom left, we have just issues.
Many.
Top right, mommy issues, and we wish we had daddy issues.
And identity issues.
We wish we had daddy issues. Wow.
and middle right, daddy went out for milk and never came home.
Definitely daddy
Never came home. But
Oh man.
I should have played the well-adjusted rogue who's like, no, my parents are fine. I'm just a brat.
I just read this book about adventures and it's kind of fun. So like,
Yeah, so I took
let's
my
go
dad's
kill
hunting.
some things.
So I took my dad's hunting knife and on an adventure.
Just like the Rosewind of Mittalon.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. I should have just played the Rosewind equivalent.
No, this is Dungeons and Dragons. We all have to play characters with tragic backstories.
Alright.
AKA free therapy.
Really,
Cool.
though, mine isn't that tragic. I feel like I need to do something more drastic to make it. Until I spend the next 18
I mean, you
years
can
looking
always go
for
after
Orion.
Connor's mother. I mean, that'd bring up some tragic background.
And you can
That
always
brings
just
for tragedy.
bring up old war stories.
Yeah, that's true.
That'd be a really easy one of like, I remember one time when I was in the war, da-da-da.
And then you just end the phrase with, "It's been 64 years."
In Elvish time, that wouldn't be too half Elvish time even. That wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah. Yeah, the sad part is, like, based on backstory. Eh. Well, see, the problem is, now we're going to come to find out that the reason why Orion really never came home is because he's sleeping with Connor's mom.
And the
That
thing
would
is,
actually
you would
kind of
accept it because
amazing.
he is also an elf.
If that
Does
is
that
the
make
truth,
you step bro?
I mean, they were already bonding a little bit, but oh
I'm stuck
Oh,
in
and
prison,
what's
step
weird
bro.
is it's going to make
no, stop,
it'll make
Stop it. Stop it.
It'll
Everybody's
make me indirectly related to two party members now.
exactly. I was gonna say we've got like in-laws and brothers and cousins and stuff going on.
We're actually just a big family.
Sweet.
Oh man, if a
home
DM could pull that off, that would be
Altamova.
such an amazing twist. Oh, by the way, you're all related.
And Dandy is legitimately the redheaded stepchild.
Yeah.
Adopted, twice removed. Get it back in.
Oh man. All right. Well,
On
here we
that
are.
note-
2 weeks later, still in jail.
Still in jail.
In the last episode, you guys raided the dwarven dungeon, found some stuff, some things, and some beans. Teleported.
Is Charlie Brown? I got a rock.
I mean, you got a bag of beans.
I did. Rock hard beans.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe if you like put them in soil and water them. Maybe something will happen.
Or you can swallow them and have a beanstalk grow in your belly.
Yeah, that's how you become Jack and the Beanstalk. So yeah, you guys teleported into Adroxia, where you guys sat around a waiting room for a few hours, and finally, oh hey, it's 3:00. And you guys talked to Carolia, who was rudely interrupted by her son, calling her a bitch. And while not being forthcoming or believable with the things that you guys were trying to achieve, she decided the best thing to do was to put you guys in a hole and deal with you tomorrow. You guys fought back. Style ate someone. A completely red cloaked person known as the Red Tarantula kind of came and pushed the last few of you guys out, except for Connor.
If you didn't just web me, I would have 1v1'd her. Would have soloed her.
You'd be rolling a new character.
And I would be happy for it. I like Connor. Don't worry.
And gosh. Yeah. That went nuts. The few of you guys that did go down the tunnel found yourselves into a trap, and when they were trying to relieve you of your guys' items, decided that fighting back was going to be the best course of action. Not saying that anyone's to blame, but someone got Manny killed. And havoc happened. You found 2 half-giant creatures in the cage that was just creepy and ominous. That at a later time was just released by Reveler's cat. And Reveler had nothing to do with it. Connor later came and joined you guys, and and then someone got a letter through the chute during the night's rest.
Yep.
We got a what?
I got super lucky because it was attached to a glove that had no charges left in it, or maybe broke on the way down. I can't remember which. But yeah, I got a note from Goldchin. Welcome home, Revelor.
He just got a ladder. He just got a ladder. He just got a lever. Goldchin has a silver tongue.
Wonder who it's from.
So yeah. You guys woke up. Feeling well rested. You guys got your long rest.
There was something else that happened at the end of the last session.
Yep.
Right.
Connor had an interesting dream of flying.
Oh yeah, I did.
Yep.
Forgot about that.
Yep. And when you guys started waking up, and I kind of forgot because we were trying to wrap up. But like while you guys were sitting around waiting for something to happen in the morning, you guys were hearing like some rustling happening from the room that they stored your crap in. I'm not exactly sure, but you never saw anyone go in or out of there. But like something was going on inside of there. And yeah, after a little bit of time of waiting, Renta comes bursting through. Yeah, you guys, yeah, the water on the ground turned into just a full block of ice as she walked in, as her form turned into what you know as Rinta, as it seemed to be fading away of like a white scaled icy disaster. So, Lucky Ducks, what would you like to do?
Once the moment passes, if it freezes, reminiscing of what the possible noise inside the storage unit was, I look over to Connor and just simply say, "If your shield eats my belongings, you're paying."
He's kind of full. He ate one of the guards that pushed us down.
That's incentive loot.
Did you say that's insensitive?
No, that's incentive. That's a good thing. Good to know.
Oh.
I'm not good with words. I'm depressed.
If your shield eats my stuff, I'm eating your shield.
I believe him.
You know, I
No.
don't know if it would just eat you from the inside out, or if that would like actually kill him.
Hopefully we don't have to find out.
I don't want to find out.
I feel like you guys might be missing the bigger picture here. Rita.
Oh, hi, Renta. Hi.
Oh hey, you're gonna help us get out of here?
So she comes bursting into the room. Excuse me. She comes bursting into the room and she's breathing heavily, and as the
Spacing on a word.
as the words leave her mouth, there's like, you know, the mist of the evaporation coming from, you know, when it's cold outside, you can see your breath.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's happening to her right now.
Okay.
I don't know what the word for that is right now, because, you know, why am I the DM?
You can see her breath.
You volunteered.
You wanted to do this.
Yeah.
You're like, hey guys, I got a D&D campaign. We're like, all right.
Actually, I kind of recall Ryan and TJ going, "Hey, we want to play D&D. You should DM for us."
I don't think I had any part in the initiation.
I'm pretty sure that was just the two of you, and then I was like, "Well, we need 3 people, so I'll invite Ethan."
You said that you were thinking about DMing,
Thinking.
and then
And I
it turned
said,
into
"I am
this.
And now we are online.
This is their life.
Hi, everyone.
Trying to be as cool as Matthew Mercer and Brendan Lee Mulligan.
Good luck.
Sitting in my living room with a bunch of freaking ring lights I bought off of Walmart.
This is how we start.
Okay, back into the world. Yes, condensation. Thank you. Yeah. I'm sorry. It took a while to get here. Are you guys okay?
You should see the other guys.
And look around and define okay. We're alive.
You all still have your limbs.
No one's critically injured.
Okay, good.
Did the doors make it back okay?
They did.
I feel like we might be missing something important here. How are you here? How are you okay?
Oh, I
There's
called
no
her.
way you got here through the teleportation, and you called her?
Yeah, I telepathically... I have a new ability. I can telepathically link to people that I've known or met. It's weird, but it's handy. No pun intended.
From the long rest, anyone who had forgotten anything, you remember one thing that you. Did you guys catch that, or did I break up?
You stopped right through the middle of it.
If either of you guys forgot anything from the Forgotten Mountains through the long rest, you now remember one thing that you forgot.
I think both of them. I think Connor was the only one who forgot one thing, and he got it back as soon as we got in that room. So I think those two are good.
Okay. But yeah, Dandy sent me a message last night, and I flew here. Gods, get this gate open. You
Did you just command the guards?
you hear a couple of footsteps come in, and a lever gets pulled, and you hear a lock. The door unlocks for you guys. Open the door for their things.
I'm gonna walk out the gate and go start gathering all my equipment back up.
Same.
As they go and unlock the door, all they had to do was unlock the door because the door was already on its way of being opened. They open the door, and Style is like jaws locked on the door handle, and like he's trying to get out himself.
Good
And
boy. I'm gonna give him like a where his head might be, a little scritch.
and when you guys go and look in there, like there's some of your guys's like bigger belongings that didn't go into a bag of holding. It is kind of like scattered on the ground. Nothing's damaged, nothing's missing. But he certainly made a mess in here.
Okay. Just Renta, question: how is it just so easy that you just tell them open the door and they do it? What is this because of your apprenticeship to Sir Garmin?
Yes.
Say Garmin's a pretty important person.
Well, we tried mentioning him yesterday.
Sir Garmin's the trade master on the council.
It didn't seem to matter so much to what's her nuts.
Well, they don't know you.
I mean, anyone can drop the name Sir Garmin.
It's not like this is a secret council.
I've never heard of y'all before.
I did mention that this was a possibility, but
Also, what did you mean by you flew here?
a conversation for later.
I look over to Otar. Does he not know?
Plenty of wizards have the ability to cast fly on themselves. I don't see why that's so confusing.
I'm gonna look at the two casters and be like, and just mimic drawing a bow and arrow and look at you guys like, how would I know this? I kind of do one thing here. Just
I'm not really all that big into magic either.
So, before we leave the dungeon, what happened? What went wrong?
well, we were talking with
Family
Carolia.
matters.
The
We were
law
talking
master?
Yeah. And we were trying to explain that we needed to talk to the king about very confidential matters. And then she dropped us down a pit.
Don't forget the important part of also dropping her son.
That was why things, I think, devolved so quickly, is that she realized that her son was there. That's why we met her in the first place, I think, honestly. She probably wouldn't have seen us if her son hadn't been there.
Oh yeah, Renta, let me reintroduce you. This, and I'm gonna point to Connor, is Thamior, son of Carolina, or Carolia.
Hi. There's a reason I didn't want to come here.
You didn't tell me your mother was on the fucking council.
You didn't tell us we'd be teleporting into the palace!
Yes, I did.
Into the place where we would have to instantly come up with identities and backstories of why we were there, and
I said
none of
if
us
there
were
was a
prepared
time
for
to
that.
be completely honest, now was the time.
Well, I was honest. I gave my name. We're here now.
I listened.
Now you did.
I thought your name was fucking Connor. I'm sorry that you're a fucking liar.
I need a drink.
Anyway, more importantly, then they killed Manny.
Who is Manny?
Make
Who's
it
the
a
little-
double.
He's the little robot guy.
Oh,
And
I
that's
didn't know he had a
all-
name.
Yep, he was part of our team, and they killed him.
I'm sorry, sweetie.
And so we killed them.
4 of them.
Yeah, when I came down here, there was like a pile of bodies outside the cell. It was really impressive.
I didn't kill the
It-
5th.
In our defense,
You killed 6 of them.
no, I think we really only killed one. I think the rest of them were just unconscious.
Oh
They
no,
saw a
I
lot
of-
finished 4.
Oh. Okay. But anyway, after we killed those guys, then this one weird looking thing wearing a red trench coat called herself the Red Tarantula showed up. And Connor was all bound and gagged and
Yeah, I was kind of dealing with the guards upstairs. I was giving them more than they could handle, so this spider lady came and wrapped me up and took me away. Took me here.
I'm familiar with her. She is the enforcer for Carolia.
I don't remember her before I left.
She's. You see her just give like a shiver, just like she gives me the willies.
Hmm.
and here I thought that was my job. Oh wait, not the
All right,
we
if we're
should-
gonna
we're gonna-
flirt. Can we do this at a bar or somewhere where I can get a drink?
Who's
I think
Willie?
I think I broke the DM.
So
If we weren't live, I'd close my laptop right now.
So let me get this straight. We kill, like there are elves that are dead because of us, and we just sort of teleported in here. Spat some story about some craziness. Get locked up in the dungeon by the lawmaker, and then you can come in and just sort of reverse that, release us. I mean, like, it's great. On it, like, sweet. I'm just trying to think of. There's going to be repercussions.
I never said you were free to go. I'm simply getting you out.
Now this sounds like fun.
No, it doesn't. Because where you're going is much worse than this dungeon.
Oh yeah.
Once you finish gathering your things, until we get to our destination, you are to act like you are still chained. You will act like you are still imprisoned. And you will follow me.
All right.
I am forcing the meeting with your brother.
Thank you. That's all I wanted from the beginning. I didn't want all of this carnage.
I may get in trouble for interrupting, but figure it out. After you guys take a few minutes to gather the rest of your things, she casts an incantation, and you look over to the rest of you guys, and like you all put your armor on and get your backpacks on. You're dressed, ready for battle, just like you guys normally are. And then after she casts the spell, it looks like you didn't do any of it. You don't see any of your bags. You look, and your hands have cuffs on them. And the more like you move your hands, like the image just kind of like stretches a chain, just like it's not supposed to do this.
Otar's like,
Please restrain yourself, Otab, otherwise I'll have to use actual manacles.
slowly just.
Thank you, dear. Sorry, I was sick last weekend, so like my voice isn't all the way back. I can only sound so feminine while my voice does this.
On the walk over, I'll just take the time, look to Renta, just like, out of curiosity, if you don't mind me asking, are you young or adult?
I'm legal if that's what you're asking.
I do
Well,
believe you are spoken for.
Watch yourself, Dandy.
I know, but I'm just. He clearly doesn't know, pointing to Creorn. I'm just curious if you're of adult or still a youngling.
I'm an adult.
Cool. And the tarantula lady scares you?
She just creeps me out.
Duly noted.
Everyone has something like that. It just creeps them out, right? Some people it's snakes, heights,
Revelor
spiders.
shudders when he hears snake.
For me, it's spiders. I don't like spiders.
Can we get back to what I don't know yet?
It is not my place to tell, good friend. You're the one that sleeps with her.
Look, I've got my suspicions.
And then do this lovely thing called communicate, and I will shove him closer to Renta.
Alright, guys. Follow me. You guys, in a single file or 2x2, follow her as you guys leave the dungeon. Connor, you were in this part of the castle just yesterday, and you look, and as you guys you go up a set of spiral staircase, and as you come up on top, where it was a bunch of like stained glass windows, the straight stained glass window in front of it is completely shattered, and there's a couple of guards there that are like sweeping stuff up, and when you look down, there's like broken tree branches and stuff like that, and it's like something made a straight path through this window and just kept going into the city.
Revelor, what did you do?
I don't know what you're talking. Why you're looking at me? I didn't do anything.
What did your cat do?
I heard some other prisoners made an escape yesterday. You guys didn't have anything to do with that, did you?
No, we were in our cell.
It would have been an idea, but those two in particular seemed like they would actually kill us, then run forward, so I can confidently say, no, I did not.
Sorry, I guess I should say that on camera. What did I actually see? Because I don't remember what I saw. I remember just you described what happened, but did we all see that?
Yeah. everyone saw your cat unlock that door and then just poof back out of existence.
I mean, I didn't tell my familiar to do that, but it looked like my familiar was assisting. Maybe it was another cat. I remembered putting my cat away, like putting her in our pocket dimension. But it certainly looked like my cat.
You say that out loud.
Yes. It looked like my cat helped them escape, but as far as I'm aware, I'd put my cat in her pocket dimension.
Renta kind of gives a slightly feared expression, and she just kind of nods and okay. As you guys continue on through this castle, the very clean, beautiful brick, the stained glass of greens and reds and blues, kind of make the floor and the walls just appear different colors. It's very beautiful. The castle itself appears to be like dwarven made, but like the overall decor is very elvish and like overgrown ivy and that type of like that type of stuff. And you get to the end of the corridor and you guys go down another hallway and you pass some guards and they all just kind of nod to Rinta and don't say anything. They just let you pass. And finally, you get down to a corridor, and at the end of the corridor, you see two guards with large cleaves. I don't know what the actual word for the weapon is, but yeah, kind of like a halberd, but it's got the giant axe on one side, and it's long. And they're kind of using it to make an X across the door, and the door is huge. And before you guys get too close so that you guys are still out of earshot of those guards, she turns around to you guys. This may be uncomfortable for you in particular.
Who does she
No more.
say you in particular to?
Revelar.
Okay.
No more lies. I thought you all were friends and were past this. I suppose everyone has their secrets. Are you ready?
I'm going to are we still like fake chained up? So kind of as a show of good faith, I'm keeping my wrists together like they're still bound. I'm going to run my hands through my hair and just prestidigitation my hair back to its red color, like its natural red.
You're a redhead?
You've known this!
I mean, crimson red, but yeah.
Did he actually ever show it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Many
At
times.
what point?
He dirtied it. Shoot. Episode 2. So the crosses and daggers, when you went to see Niobe.
Yeah, I went
long
to
time ago.
Yeah, I went to
That's the memory.
I went to see Cedric, and Cedric basically pointed out to me like, "Hey man, your red hair is a dead giveaway for who you are." And I was like, "Oh, So I started dirtying it to like kind of blend in a little bit.
That was just a time thing. That was me just forgetting because I barely remember what I did last week. So
Yeah, that was a very long time ago. All right. Oh darn it! I forgot to mention. All these corridors, the giant pillars that are holding these large corridors. There's more than just guards walking around in here. There's people in like in robes that appear to be like monks. Some of them just kind of slightly fancier humans. Wrapped around every single one of these pillars, at least 12 feet high. At least 12 feet high is bookshelves completely filled of books. Every single pillar going down every single corridor that you go down. And there is at least 5 people just going through books on these tall ladders and like a stupid amount of books.
On the walk, I'll then lean in toward Renta, be like, anything about vampires?
Probably at least a pillar or two.
Once this whole, possible execution is over, if I still have my head, I need to do some research.
Damien wants to make a bad joke.
Get your head out of the gutters. I was nowhere near.
Damien cannot. Renta must. Sure, that will be without an issue. All right. She walks forward, and the guards unmoving. The king requests to question these prisoners. Please let us pass. Guards. Still in the morning business. Nobody can enter yet. This is very urgent. Either you move or I move you. And they kind of like stiffen up a little bit. One of the guards, the one that didn't speak up at first. Fine, but we're not to blame for this. Pulls his weapon back and goes, "What are you doing? I'm not fighting her." Fine. He pulls around to the other side of the guard, and it takes both of them to pull open this massive door. It's 20 feet tall. As they slide this door open, a good 10, 15 feet for you guys. You walk in to a large, very beautiful room that has a elevated center stage with a spiral staircase that goes up to it. Beneath the stage is a semicircle of bookshelves. Underneath the stage, more bookshelves. 2 pillars in the room, books. Everywhere, books. There's seating to each side, like you see in a church. Pews, thank you. There's pews on each side, only a couple rows. When you walk into the room, towards the back, there's you see a large table that has, don't quote me on this, I think 7 chairs sitting around the table. But but your eyes are more drawn towards the stage, where at the top of the stage is a large, very beautiful carved elven throne. Tall, slender man sits on it with shorter red hair. To his left, a older, visibly older elvish woman, bright red hair, and she wears a crown. He does not. To the left of the queen, you see a servant, very nicely dressed, holding um, a purple pillow with golden tassels, and there sits the king's crown on the pillow. To the right of the man on the throne, you see a elvish man with darker hair, visibly older, seems well traveled. Revelor, you recognize your brother Galen and your mother. Creorn, you recognize your father, Orion. Renta drags you guys into the room. Please excuse the interruption, Your Highness. I have brought you very urgent business. The man speaks up. How many times have I told you I am not the king? But fine. What is it? You see that they squint as there's a lot of light up on top of the stage. And it's kind of dark where you're standing. Give me just a second. I have a visual representation of the throne.
Okay. Oh, there we go. As we get into the throne room, I'm gonna kind of forgetting that I'm chained. So does the illusion, real quick, does the illusion make it look like we're chained together, or are we each individually chained?
Each individually changed. I forgot to mention, or I forgot that I had a visual representation of the corridors that you guys were walking through as well.
Okay.
So you can see these giant towers of books. To
Ooh.
Knowledge.
So are we up on this? Is that the throne? No, that's like a statue thing.
that's the throne up there,
Oh, that is the throne. Okay.
and you're standing below it.
We're standing like down here.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, this helps visualize it all.
Yeah.
As we enter in, and as I see and recognize Orion, I'm going to kind of freeze in my place for a second. I'm not gonna say anything, just like freeze, and then kind of regain my composure. But my eyes primarily are staring at him.
I need to change the thing on the stream. There we go, that's better.
I'm going to. Actually, were you starting? Okay, I'm gonna just look up because they're looking down at us basically at this point. I'm like, hello, brother.
At that point, like, he goes from squinting to just like sitting up, and your mother just like stands up and just goes to the front. Revelor?
Hello, mother.
Oh my god. But and she moves, like she goes from around the throne, and she starts like rushing down the stairs, and there's a few guards at the bottom of the stairs. They're just like, ma'am, wait, please. You're in charge, but like, wait, these people are prisoners for a reason.
Gotta love Secret Service.
No, you don't understand. That's my son. You don't move. She pushes them out of the way, like they don't fight her, and she rushes up to you and she just hugs you without question.
I hug her back and I say, Mother, I love you. But if I were an assassin, you'd be dead right now.
It'd be worth it.
Oh, this is nice. Almost takes away from the fact there's a vampire trying to destroy us all.
Yeah, we'll have to talk about that at some point.
Renta, where did you find him? Who are the rest of these people?
Does she notice that we're still in chains? Illusionary or not?
Kind of, yeah.
Connor will just sort of like
She just got a hug from a person wearing chains and just hasn't put it together yet. She's still in the euphoria of that's my son.
I haven't seen him in 100 years. Like,
Otar, in the chains, raises his hand. He's like, I'm Otar.
I'm Thamior, lawmaker's son.
And so now at this point, so you guys have fully entered the room, and as you watched, because she walked around the throne, you see off to the far left, you see a much smaller, but very well represented seat. Throne would be the wrong word for it, but it is a throne. Of a woman who has very ornated armor, with two guards behind her, and off to the far right, you see Carolia with the red tarantula behind her, and it appears they're setting up for morning business. And they watch as you all walk through here and quietly just let everything happen.
Hearing everyone else like introduce, barely like breaking eye contact with Orion, I'm gonna just look at the queen and say, my name is Krior, and I'm the son of Orion. And I'm gonna go back and looking at him.
He's unmoving and unflinching, but you see a smile curl and he nods his head.
I'll nod back at him just like a time for procedure.
I'm gonna speak to my mother. Mother, these are my friends, motley crew though they may be. They have helped me return. I would ask that you show them as much kindness as you can, given the circumstances.
What are the Oh, they're chained. She kind of backs up away a little. What has happened? What's happening? Renta? They were put into the dungeon because that one, she kind of gestures over to Connor seems to have complicated the story. I don't think they've done any harm. You hear one of the guards that aren't supposed to be talking. You killed 6 of us! Rinta just kind of like winces, just like, oh god.
Connor's about to say 7, but it's just like, no, I'm not gonna say 7.
Galen still just trying to fathom exactly what's happening. Kind of makes a gesture with his hand, and you see another, they're not a guard, but another person just wearing robes. They cast a spell, and all the torchlight it becomes very bright. So it's no longer as shadowed down here. And they can see you, you can see them. And Galen's. So, Rinta, do these men need to be chained? Is my brother a fugitive? Like, not in my eyes, sir. He thinks about it, then he kind of whispers to Orion for a second. His head. Gods, release them. And you watch as a couple of the guards start to move to come in to unlock you guys, and Rinta just snaps, and you guys are fully armored and ready to go. And she's clever.
Kind of just rolls his shoulders a bit.
Rayorn's gonna kind of stand up a little bit taller because all of the armor that he wears is from Widmer. And so it's just kind of, it's not formal, but it's also not battle worn. But it is very clearly like, it is signifying of his rank.
Yeah. There's a moment of silence.
Connor will speak up. We came here with the intention of providing information, truth, and getting help. Things got out of hand really quickly. And I'm gonna like clench a fist a little bit, but we'll say we apologize for our emotional actions yesterday. But we come with good intentions.
And what are those intentions, Samuel?
Still weird hearing that name. Those intentions would be to give the truth behind the war we all currently find ourselves in, why it started, who started it, and parts of their continuing plan. I did not want to come here. So no, go for it.
I would say Reveler will chime in at this point, just kind of I'd say the architects of this war have much worse plans in mind. If we cannot come together and put a stop to them.
So are you speaking on the behalf of Iorn or Decry?
Something even worse.
I don't think that's what she was asking.
Both and neither.
Explain yourself.
As far as I understand it, the old king Mittalon, who used to rule this entire continent, is back. Somehow he's returned. Okay. No one got that crappy joke reference. Okay.
Oh, I did.
Palpatine's
okay.
returned.
Yeah, somehow he's we have literally met him. He's back. He is vampiric and is setting something up that will be a repeat and most likely much worse than the calamities that fell at the start of this war. He was the one who orchestrated the attacks on Iorn, Decry?
Mhm.
Decry, that's the right. Decry and this kingdom's capitals. He turned everyone against each other, probably to weaken everyone while he builds something else.
A second giant construct is being built as we speak. One much like the one that did the devastation that helped begin this war.
You see Orion kind of bend down a little bit and whisper into Galen's ear. And he nods. Do you have any proof of Mittalon's existence? Or proof that he was controlling anything that happened during the calamity of 20 years ago?
We had a witness, but he sort of perished with the whole like electric thing your jails have. So we don't have him anymore.
We have the blueprints for the new construct.
We do have the blueprints.
And those should be signed by Nox and Marnie, otherwise known as Mittalon.
Yeah, and I still have them in my bag, right?
I believe so, yes.
I have them here. I just don't remember if, like, in RP, I gave them to somebody or. Yeah,
No, I
so
think
I'll-
I gave them to you, actually.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think you got them because they related to a dream that you had or something like that.
Gotcha. So I'll reach into my bag and slowly pull out the blueprints and realize that I'm too far away to like hold it up and just be like, look at it, sort of like.
DM,
Motion.
is Renta near Dandy or not really? Dandy would stay back away from the main conversation, being human and also basically standing almost behind Otar. Is Renta within earshot without interrupting them?
Yeah.
He will lean over to Renta and simply say, "Is this the council?"
Some of.
Do they know Ethel?
Know of.
She's also a key witness in this whole thing.
Am I close enough within earshot to hear this?
Yeah, I'd say so.
I
mean,
wouldn't have said it quietly where no one could hear. I just basically didn't want to interrupt the main conversation between whoever is shelling down to us below the table and whatnot. So it's pretty much heard. You heard.
Okay. I'll chime in after Connor's finished saying that, like, here's the blueprints and all that. I'll chime in. Still, like, kind of focused on Orion, but looking over at I can't remember Revelor's brother's name.
Galen.
Galen. I'm gonna look kind of at Galen and kind of scan the room and say, although we came together under various circumstances, our hunt for the vampires has been assisted greatly by Ethel Addington. I think that was her last name anyway. That sounds right.
And where's Ethel now?
She comes and goes at her own free will. Yeah, Addington was her last name. She
It was.
she appears to us as she feels necessary. The last time that we saw her would have been in Alta Nova. About, what, a week ago? In-game? Approximately?
Yeah, approximately.
I'd lean over to Dandy at this point, like, do you have a way of contacting Ethel? You said that you could telepath with people,
I could, yeah.
so we can get in contact with her if necessary.
Orion kind of bends down and whispers into Galen's ear again. It's a couple of, various head nods, and they're discussing secretly between the two of them. I think I already know the answer to this question, but brother, have you checked with the other two kingdoms yet?
I think the answer is as you suspect. I've been away from civilized world for far too long, and we ran straight here when we learned of this news.
You are the first we have visited.
Kind of.
We haven't gone into any other kingdom's capitals.
We did talk to Glavendor. Or no, it was not Glavendor. Never mind. We know where Glavendor is, but we did not talk to him. Never mind. Forget that I said that.
Ethel did say she was going to talk to someone last time we spoke. We forgot which descendant that was. Glavendor's descendant, who's currently on the throne.
In which they don't have an actual king. There's only a council. So you didn't come home for your family or for your kingdom.
Alright, let me get back to the right screen. I came home in order to protect us all, including you. As much as I'm sure you may think that I don't care, I did try to make it home, specifically to help you, my family. But this does threaten all of us, the entirety of Mittalon. Something this serious cannot simply be ignored. I may not be the most responsible brother, but I am still your brother.
Anything else? Anyone else?
Which Titan is the Condemner under? Oh, she's not part of any continent or anything? Well, if you know of them, we're suspecting that they're also working with Mittalon.
Oh no, Damien was telling you that the Condemner wasn't a Titan.
The Condemner is my mom.
Oh!
Yeah, she's the Condemner.
I actually,
So
I can-
I
I can-
retract that statement out loud.
And that's
Yeah,
that's
I can-
allegedly.
I know, but that's just I have it in my notes. That's what Dandy.
What you've been
That's
told.
what Dandy assumes. I have it in my
Yeah.
notes. The Condemner is working with Mittalon. That's in my notes. So if Josh doesn't know, he's an idiot. Dandy has decent memory. He would know this theory of his.
So what you know is that when the Kingdom of Grana began to attack their citizens, their humans, their dwarves, and everything, that it was the Condemner who that did all these atrocities. Connor is the only person to say that was his mom. Nobody knows the real name of the Condemner, but Connor says it's his mom.
And yeah, that was something that me and Connor basically kind of figured out when we were in prison, because I consoled him for that. I was like, wait a minute, your mother is the Condemner?
He's like, yeah. He witnessed a lot of the stuff that she did. That's why he left.
So, now that we go back a few minutes, what do you say?
I say nothing. I sit in the background, being the only human in this elven continent, not saying a gosh dang thing.
Dandy showing a profound level of wisdom.
I've always
Otar's
had
kind
it.
of
I just
like
ignored it.
nodding off. He's like not like falling asleep, but he's kind of like
I'm not killing anything. I'm tired.
We do also have a witness who was part of the attacks, saying that he did not have control over himself at the time.
No, the Alpha. Or Werewolf Alpha. Libor.
Lieber.
Oh,
And
that's true.
we have fought against the creature that was controlling him.
And you've connected this creature to Mittalon?
We are continuing to work on it.
I mean, the tool that was allegedly used to control them, the Titans, was if I'm not mistaken, the Crown of Mittalon. Wasn't it?
There was enough.
Yeah, I was under the impression that like you gave orders through that crown or something, but I don't.
But control is through
That's
the
why I
crown.
wasn't hitting the speaker, because this is player talk, not actual in talk.
Sorry, what?
We were told that we were told by Manny, which through the axiomatic mind would also be from Alpha, that we don't know what the original instructions were for Khatum, but control is through the Crown of Mittalon.
So, we have at least connected some of the methods of control to the Crown of Mittalon, which may not link directly to Mittalon, but
Ethel has a monodrone.
yes.
She is also not in this continent.
that we know of.
Hold on. Ethel has a monodrone, which means she also has axiomatic mind, which means we can talk to Alpha. We need to get Ethel.
In light of this reunion with my brother and his group of friends, I suggest we postpone today's meeting for tomorrow. We open our guest rooms to the rest of you. And we can talk more.
What is Carolia's reaction to the delay of procedure?
Unmoving.
Because she's relatively in view, right? She's not like sitting behind us or anything.
Yeah, you can see her.
Okay. Because when Galen starts to announce that procedure is going to be changed, out of the corner of my eye, I want to keep an eye on, or just see kind of what her reaction is to this.
Roll an insight check.
Okay.
Otar's
As we learned, she is a stickler for procedure, but also, is it more frustrated at the change of procedure, or was there something else that she was going to try and do? Is kind of what I'm looking for. It's a 13 for me.
While you're doing this, Otar's just going to ask if they're having us go to the guest rooms in the basement again.
No, you will find, while these are not the penthouse, they are much warmer and much more comfortable.
Are we confined to these guest rooms?
Do we need a reason to confine you? After all, the rest of you said you were here to help.
I just need to do a little research on vampiric backgrounds. Plus, probably need a double shot.
You can find food in the Great Hall. And you're more than welcome to browse our categories.
Does my features bring any resistance to simply asking for this stuff? Where's the Great Hall? I'm new. I don't know this place. Where's the Great Hall?
After insisting on the postpone of today's meeting, he looks over to Carolia as she nods in agreement, and he looks over to his right to the more militant looking woman. She nods in agreement. Perfect. I hate these meetings anyways. All right. Carolia, depending on how today goes, we may call for a meeting tomorrow. I'll let you know, and I'll get word to the rest of the council members. At this point, a few of the guards walk over very non-threatening. And there's one guard for each of you, except for you, Revelor. You're hanging out with your mom. And we can take your bags and we'll take you to your room or to the Great Hall, wherever you'd like to go.
If the books can be brought to my room, I'll be in my room. And ale. Vodka. Whatever your strongest stuff is. It's going to be a long night.
Connor's gonna turn to the group and say two things. One, we're stirring things up. I don't think we should be alone in different rooms. Two, call me Connor here, please.
How loud do you say that?
Just sort of like turning to the group and sort of just like, hey, you know.
Casual
like-
conversation, loud.
Yeah.
For those of you still watching Carolia, you see her lip curl as a little just disgust
A bit of a sneer.
when he says, "Call me Connor."
Yeah, this isn't a very open room. Even like somewhat quiet conversation would still go out.
Danny gives no reply. Turns and
Um,
follows to whoever's leading.
I'm guessing my insight check didn't really show anything outside of like her nod of approval.
No, I rolled. She was holding a very straight face.
Okay.
The guards take all of you guys, and you get to a hallway. That's doors on each side, every handful of feet. You watch as they start to unlock the door and hand you the key. These rooms are yours as long as you are welcome. And there's a room for each of you.
Are they like right next to each other? Just down the just down the hall, just one room after the other?
Yeah, there's 4 of you, so there's 2 on each side of the hallway, but there's like more rooms the further down the corridor you go. Or presumably more rooms further down. But yeah, so there's 2 right next to each other and then 2 across from you.
Taking the key, I'm gonna look kind of not suspiciously at the guard, but like just kind of in a hesitant manner and say, is this the only key to this room? Kind of in a sense of like, is anything gonna happen to my stuff if I leave it in here?
That is not the only key to this room, but you're safe here. Nobody's going to take your belongings. You are the king's guests. Anything against you may as well be against him.
Connor's gonna take his key and make sure it actually locks and unlocks the door.
It locks and unlocks.
Okay, it's an actual key.
And looking at the guard one more time after kind of taking the key and nodding. Where can I find Orion? Or is it possible to see Orion?
I will send word. Right. Sorry, I almost said something that guard wouldn't say. I will send a message for you. You all, individually or whatever you guys do, you guys go into the rooms?
I will take my entrance into my room. I'm still waiting. Are they bringing the books and drinks to the room?
They said they would.
Yeah. In the room with G2, checking out the bed, everything else. And I'm just going to lay on the bed and just try and catch a breath. Door unlocked, if anyone cares.
I'm gonna unmute. so that people can hear me. Otar's going to ask for drinks as well, and then enter his room.
As you walk in, these rooms are nicer than any inn that you've stayed in since you guys have met each other. There's a queen size bed just for you, big floofy blankets, big canopy across the top of it. You can see out the window down on top of the city. There's a dresser with some average size clothing. There's a desk, a bookshelf with just some random books, mostly storybooks.
Looking out at the city, is there like obvious destruction? Because as we were walking through the halls, there was the broken glass window with several branches and a trail of destruction going into the city. Does it show in the city that there was a lot of destruction?
From where you guys are, no.
Okay.
Because so where you're seeing is basically like the far end of a I don't know what to call it except for like a courtroom. You're basically like looking out into the gardens, and then you see the. Did you just fall?
No, I dropped something. I picked it off of the floor.
Oh. No, you don't see any destruction from where you're at. But the rooms are very nice. There's a pitcher in there that has some water, and there's like some. It's pretty stale bread, to be honest. And in due time, people will be bringing some food and drinks. Or, well, they'll be bringing some drinks and for candy and books or whatever you guys have asked for.
Yeah, some food wouldn't be a terrible idea. Because they didn't give us a meal in the dungeon, did they?
Nope.
So yeah, I'd probably ask for a meal of some kind.
I probably would have when I asked for drinks as well.
Yeah.
With that in mind.
Yeah. Food and drinks for everyone, and books for Dandy.
I feel like I should be doing something, like reading, possibly talking to Dandy and borrowing some of those vampire books as he finishes them. But also, I want to, as a military, I kind of want to look into like how Adroxia responded after the attacks, or Adroxia's records into the attacks. Adroxia and Epheron in general, I guess, would be a better statement.
Well, I mean, they said that you're free to roam about. You're not refined or restrained to your rooms.
Okay. So I'd probably be. Yeah, I'd go for a walk at some point.
So, Reveler, as everyone slowly disassembles from the throne room, your brother Orion and your mom walk down, and they kind of pull a chair out for you at that large circular table that was on the opposite side of the room. And as you look now, each of the chairs are engraved with something different. You see, like, one of them is engraved with a large dragon head. Another is the symbol of Adroxia. One is balanced scales. There's a few others. They're Orion comes up to you and offers you his hand. Nice to finally meet you. I'm Orion, your uncle.
Smile will kind of crawl across Reveler's face. I've heard a little bit about you from your son. It is nice to finally meet you as well. Give him a firm handshake.
I'm quite astounded of the probability that you guys found each other on the road. It's quite amazing.
The amount of coincidences that seem to happen to us. And I'm not sure anything could surprise me anymore.
I wouldn't be so sure.
Reveler will kind of like look, kind of smile a little bit and like, oh, he's serious, and then kind of like drop to a serious, oh no.
Everything that you guys, the rest of your friends, just told us about the Titans, Mittalon. How much of that do you know to be true? Or are we just going off speculations?
Some of it, to be fair, is speculation. We actually do not know for sure how much Mittalon is involved, other than that his names are on the blueprints of a new construct that is being built to resemble one of the old constructs, Khatum specifically. And we do know that Mittalon is back and is a vampire. We've seen him face to face. We also know that Mittalon has dealings with someone named Goldchin and with someone named the Condemner. But some of it is just us trying to put pieces together. We're not entirely sure what Mittalon's ultimate goal is, but anyone in control of that much power, of a colossal construct, and a vampire, one who is a vampire at that, I can't imagine he's up to much good.
Where is Mittalon now?
Last we heard, rather, he was underground. Unfortunately, we were able to see what he was doing, but not necessarily where he was, and that was overseeing construction of Khatum.
Mittalon went missing 85 years ago. Him and his son went on a small trip together. It was supposed to be a little fishing trip, a bonding trip. They always argued. They're trying to bond. They went missing. Haven't been able to find them. To tell me that Mittalon is building Khatum again does not surprise me. Him and his machinations had. Well, I always assumed it was going to be the death of him. But he didn't have control of anything that happened 20 years ago. According to our resources, there is another monstrosity that our defenders fear. He rules he stops and kind of looks around. There's nobody in here. And Rinta's left around. There's a creature that apparently controls these tadpoles that control your mind.
Could you describe them as maybe sort of parasites, insect-looking, but rather large?
Yes,
We've run into one of those.
you have.
When we, on our way here, we passed through a village of wolves and demi-human wolves, and the Titan Lever was being controlled by one of these parasites. We did manage to free him of it, although we almost had to kill him in order to do it.
And you were nearly successful.
He did survive, and we did manage to get the, whatever this thing was off of him. Free him from whatever chains this creature had somehow managed to put onto him. I suppose it was the price for letting us pass through their village. The wolves seemed to want our help. They didn't really know how to do it themselves.
That frightens me. We haven't had a case of that creature since the incident 20 years ago.
That does not bode well. Makes me fear that some sort of follow-up attack may be in the works. I don't know who's orchestrating it, but this evidence is not good.
The Mittalon I knew 80 years ago was building these constructs for passion, but for protection. Perhaps my old friend is preparing for something.
You suggesting that perhaps Mittalon is trying to defend us from a greater evil?
He always insisted he was.
Reveler's kind of going to stand back and sort of cover his mouth and kind of think, kind of deep in thought for a moment. This could change everything. Although, now, if that were true, it would seem that we now have gained a great ally, but we've also gained an unknown adversary, a much larger threat than we had originally anticipated.
Orion speaks to looking to Galen. I suggest that we do send word to the rest of the council members. If we can prove these creatures are out there, perhaps that will be enough proof to unify Mittalon again.
I can think of no nobler aim. Is there a way we can help find this proof?
Not unless you know a way to find the existence of this monstrosity.
And I wouldn't know anything about that. So I'm sorry, that's me to Damien. I don't think I would know anything really about that, because we basically just encountered one of those little parasite bug things, and I don't think we ever got any.
Rinta knows a little bit about him too,
Oh yeah, that's right.
because I think she told us that she was under the control of one at one point.
Sorry, not talking. That's actually a really excellent point. Thank you for bringing that up. So yeah, I'll address that to him. Rinta might be able to help us a little bit more with this. She seems to have a cursory knowledge of these creatures. She even suggested that she may have been controlled by one at one point.
As she was. She was the protector of Eliton.
But I believe she was, and this is me asking the group. I believe she was there, right, when we fought Lieber. Yeah.
Yes.
So so Rinta is actually is a witness to our battle with Lieber and the creature that controlled him. It's all good.
The last time I heard of anyone trying to track anything down regarding these creatures, we were left at a dead end. As every trail ended in the ocean.
Did we think to explore the ocean?
I don't know if you've looked at a globe recently, but it's quite vast. But yes.
Yes. And that would suggest that
I'm solving your puzzle, master.
Are you solving my
I'm
puzzle?
solving the puzzle.
Are you? I don't believe you.
but yes, that would suggest possible creature that it can at least make its home underwater, if not one that is naturally underwater. Which, as you said, the ocean is vast. This is a bit of a problem.
It makes me so excited that he thinks he's figured it out.
No, I got a piece.
I know I got a piece. I got a piece. Got a piece of the puzzle. Putting it together.
All right.
They should enlighten the rest of the group sometime.
But he's not here.
But I'm not
really-
there, so I don't know that information. Josh knows. Danny knows nothing. He's sulking.
Dandy knows emotional damage.
So Orion, back to Galen. It would be my opinion to gather the council urgently. If these creatures have already made it quite inland as far as to reach last known whereabouts of Lieber, then many more may be in trouble. The choice is yours. Galen kind of like staring at this table, like nodding his head Looks back to Orion. Looks back to you. Well, brother?
I agree with Orion. I think we should gather the council. This is certainly a grave threat and must be addressed. And I'll smile for a minute. It appears my brother has gained much wisdom while I was gone.
Father's taught me a lot. And I'm prepared to teach you. I don't want this job.
The job of the king does seem to be to fit you about as well as, well, one of our father's suits might fit you. It's a little bit too big. But I'm proud of you for stepping up anyway. I would be happy to learn anything you would like to teach. I've been away for a long time and there's much that I do not know.
I've been lucky to have met Orion in his absence. Turns out that our grandfather was no better than everyone in this war. That's his story that he can tell you later. But, I'll send word to the council members. And we'll see where this takes us. Mother, would you take him to his room, please? She smiles and... All right, honey, right this way.
I'll follow my mom.
She's just going and ranting and going on and on and on about things that have happened. You find out that Dranner is actually not around in Hydroxia anymore. He's going to school. A school that I forgot to write the name down of, but he has it. Josh, help me out.
Sorry, what?
What's the name of the school? Dranner's going to Bard School.
Oh.
Something of like something Rock Institute.
I have it somewhere. Give me a second. Stone Beach.
Stone Beach.
Stone Beach Institute of Music and Art. Because
Yeah.
I took that note from the. I have that from looking at the book that the Dragonborn gave us, or not Dragonborn, Dragon.
Yep.
Yeah, Dragonborn.
And your little sister Cithrel, she is around. She's just with tutors. She's still quite young. Nope. You've been gone for 100 years. She's not that young.
Your cat was unfortunately not Elven and has passed.
Yeah, your childhood goldfish is gone.
I was about to say that would be great if, like, after all that, it's like, oh, by the way, your goldfish is dead. I'm sorry, sweetie.
But yeah, Cithrel, she's studying something. Figure it out. Sorry. With getting sick, I didn't have as much time to flesh out everything.
Advanced quantum entanglement.
She's walking you down these grand hallways, and on each side of the hallway you see, historical pieces of elven armor and weapons and gold paintings and beautiful statues, and you get to your room, and it is a large double door swinging room. This is your room. And for a split second, you're like you see more rooms down the hallway that are similar in style and everything. My friends are getting taken care of. Like, I hope they don't hate me so much now.
Right.
And she hands you a key. Whatever you need, we're here. I'll give you some time to rest up. I know the dungeon's no place for a Zerfling.
Thank you, Mother. If you need anything, I'll be here.
She gives you a hug and a kiss on the cheek. She leaves you be.
I'll retire to the room.
As you walk into the room, it's massive. The bed is bigger than most rooms that you've stayed in before. Large 4-post canopy hanging over it. There's a fireplace already lit. There's a mannequin wearing like a full suit of very ornate king's armor. Paintings in the room. There's a chair at the end of the bed for you to, change, and everything that you would imagine in a penthouse suite in the king's room is here. Go ahead and make an investigation check for me.
Sorry, 13.
Okay. Pretty obvious. Everything in this room is ridiculously fine. Very gold and gaudy and royalty. There's one painting on the wall that catches your attention because while the frame is gold and gaudy, the painting is dark and dreary. You investigate the rest of the room. Do you check out the painting?
Yes, I want to look closely at the paint.
Looking up on it, it's a dark mountain. And at the top of the mountain is a castle. On the tallest part of the castle is a golden dome. Blue and with like gold over the top of it. There's a cylinder coming out of the dome. It looks familiar. You've seen it before. But it was much more overgrown. It's the castle that you saw outside of
The Baboon? Is the one that we considered going to and then didn't?
Shoot, I need my map. Then it might be a boon. I thought a boon was the one.
The largest.
Kusha. That's the one.
largest military.
Yeah. It's the castle that you saw from Kusha. the one that everyone says was the Mittalon's castle.
Kind of gonna just, to no one in particular, just kind of thinking out loud, I guess, basically. It might be worth taking another trip around there.
As you're looking it over, you notice that it's kind of pulled away from the wall a little bit.
Can I like peel back at it or something, basically? Is that...
You go and mess with it, and the painting swings open.
Okay.
And there's a safe behind it. It is locked. There's a safe in it, behind it.
Interesting. Okay. Is it just sort of like a normal like safe with like a dial basically or something like that, or like, I mean, I guess I'm just asking, kind of, or is it like a key? Like, how does it lock?
Looking over it, it's very intricate in detail. You notice that there is actually 4 keys. But they're not in the shape of a normal key. There's 4 objects that need to be inserted in a specific way, and that should open this. After some time, guards come and bring you some food, some drink, and a few books for you to read, specifically about vampires.
I will get to studying. Midway through, about 10 minutes in, I'm already in drinks. And the peace of quiet, if no one comes to my room, once again, door is unlocked. After 10 minutes of just in there with the books, Dandy stops, notes the page where he left off, and closes the book. Taking a deep inhale in, and is going to cast Sending to Sue. We made it to the Forgotten Mountain. Found survivors. Didn't confirm if your family was there, but we got them out.
Did we not confirm her family was there? Because I guess I know people recognized her name, but I don't, so we didn't identify any family members.
We didn't identify. All I did was make a prestidigitation of a small figurine, and we only saw one woman respond. We don't know
That's
who
what I
that is
remember.
as a family member.
Right, we just know that somebody knows who Sue is at
Yep.
least. So yeah, you're right.
So we might not have even succeeded in our mission. Whoops. That's awkward.
After a moment, you get a response back. I'm still not getting used to hearing you and not seeing you. Thank you. I can't wait to repay you.
Dandy holds on to those words, but at the same time, doesn't know if those words will ever come to fruition in time. You'll get back into reading into the books and drinking until over time, the drinks will overtake them. Unless someone else comes in at the time.
Anyone else doing anything?
I was gonna wander around looking, trying to find like military history.
Okay.
And at some point, I'm gonna try and track down Renta because like I've got questions.
Okay. The castle is huge. And you start kind of randomly looking at books. And you see basically from 6 foot from like wall to wall, every single book on this pillar starts with the word Adroxia.
You're in the A
And-
section.
Adroxia is spelled with an O.
You're in the O section.
Not the way I spelled it.
Nope, me neither. It's spelled with an A now.
Hey, for copyright reasons, it's now spelled with an A.
Hey! It's canon. But it's, you're looking it over and it's just legends of Adroxia. Mostly like mystical tales, the surrounding area, how Adroxia was built, the building of the castle. You don't really see anything pertained to military. You can certainly try and find someone to ask, but you are interrupted with hearing a familiar voice. And this is about an hour after you were taken to your room. I can't believe you finally made it to Adroxia, son.
I'll turn around, hearing his voice, kind of half startled that someone actually approached and talked, but you know, comfort or familiar voice. So just like, oh yeah, someone's there. Turn around and say, I can't believe I actually found you.
I didn't leave you a lot of breadcrumbs, and I apologize. And he kind of opens his arms to try to give you a hug.
I'll approach him and give him a hug. And after the hug, I'm gonna pull the letter from the pocket in my breastplate and just be like, yeah, that's wasn't a whole lot to go off of, and put it back away.
I suppose you have a lot of questions.
Yeah. I guess starting off, how are we related to the Zirquins?
That's actually quite simple. Famriel is my brother. My younger brother, to be exact.
And so, let me just see if I can piece this together real quick. So, Famriel got the throne because you got banished because of mom, or declined because of mom.
Yes.
I know I'm not here, but is Orion just Uncle Iroh?
Apparently, I don't have any original ideas.
I came up with the name of Orion.
Right? That's funny just how it all fit together.
I quit. Next time, I'm just buying an adventure.
I think the Condemner is. I mean, you just copied, but like she's original.
Oh my god.
Who else throws
Wow.
people of a different race into fire, huh?
You
Burning
wrote your
man.
backstory, not me.
This is
I'm
fair.
not gonna lie, one of the jokes that Dandy rolled for to keep his mouth shut, which succeeded, was gonna be a Hitler joke. So just throwing that out there.
Yeah, let's keep their jokes off of Twitch.
Yeah.
This isn't Project
Probably
Alpha.
just not.
It's too late. We said it 3 times. It's gonna be something. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice,
education.
Beetlejuice.
My mind's still just trying to wrap around the fact that, like, realistically, it's been a month, 6 weeks
Mm,
since I left Widmer.
I'd say it's probably closer to 2 months at this point, but yeah.
2 months. So just like 2 months of searching, and I find him shortly after I got out of prison, just like, hey, what's up? So in your note, hold on, I'm gonna pull up the note just so I can actually reread it.
Please do, because I don't have it on me.
Do you want me to send it back to you?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Um, who was your contact that traveled across Ephron's borders? And what happened there? Because all you told me was that your contact who travels across Ephron's borders is having some difficulty getting our town's goods. And you just told me you're gonna go assist an old friend. That's the last I heard. And now, since then, I found out through somebody else that I'm related to the Zerquins and Revelor, the guy that I've been traveling with for the last 2 months. And yeah, there's been a lot going on that. Why didn't you ever tell me?
Because I was banished. I was banished by your grandfather. Ephemeral and myself met in secrecy and assisted in the council. With his untimely demise, Nesala lifted the banishment so that I could assist Galen.
Who?
Nesala.
Yeah.
That would be Revelor's mom or the queen.
Yeah.
My contact, his name was Quindar. He was a dwarf living here in the city. Unfortunately, he had been murdered. I don't know how or where he went. His shop is still here and operational, but with different people working in it. So I set up a new trade route and I hired a few people. And they will be traveling from Odroxia to Altanova, Altanova to Widmer, Widmer to Odroxia.
You were there. I was alive, but you know more than I do about these attacks that started 20 years ago. You've heard what little bits we know. What am I missing?
I cannot divulge too much into that topic right now. Council members are being called, and we can talk fully tomorrow. There may be too many prying eyes or ears in these walls.
I don't suppose you can teach me that trick with the letter that you do, can you?
I tried when you were younger. You never quite had that particular talent. I don't know how I would go about teaching you.
Have you checked in with Mom recently?
Every couple of days. As a matter of fact, some of the people that I hired to travel from Widmer to here, we're working on a way to bring her here. It sounds like my stay here may be a little longer than temporary.
How would you bring her here? Why? They'll kill her.
Because being away from her is painful, as much as it is painful to be away from you. These are things we risk for love. I'm doing everything in my power to make sure she's protected. She hasn't left yet. And once she's here, she's completely safe. Getting here first is a task.
I'm just standing there kind of studying him. Just while both myself and Creon would be thinking of like all of the questions running through our heads. Obviously, I know that time's going to be short. It's just so many questions, so little time.
While you're thinking of this, he asks you, what type of books you're looking for, and kind of takes you towards the pillar that would have military history.
Do you have any way of contacting any other members from the council?
Technically, yes. The problem with my spell, though, is that it quite literally leaves a piece of paper. And that is evidence. And well, if they're in unsavory places, a piece of paper may be left on their corpse. That also means a vampire might know where we're at. We don't know who to trust yet.
We need to get a hold of them somehow.
I saw Ethel recently. I can get word to her. About a month and a half ago now. On my way here.
That would have been shortly before we saw her at Splashing Point.
So that's about where I found her.
Well, we've seen her more recently than you have.
That's good. Her I can actually contact without being too secretive. She has a companion that doesn't know how to read.
What do you mean a companion?
Well, it used to be very small. She has this well, crab. But it's gotten quite big over the last handful of years. When I saw her last, she had actually built her house on top of it.
Oh my god, that explains so much.
How do you mean?
When we saw Ethel, it was from across the river when we were staying at Splashing Point. And she called us over and brought us to her house. And then while we were in the house, it spun around. And none of us could figure out how it was doing it.
I see. It is it's one of those crabs that like kind of bury itself a little bit. It kind of digs a small hole and kind of rests. And he kind of does this thing like with his body. It's kind of like I'm using the watch, but And I'm just watching Josh die over here. He's just like, I thought it was some freaking
Right,
magic.
it's like, it's a magic hut. She's like a hag. Magic hut. It spins to disorient people from being able to come in. Makes sense. Nah, it's a freaking crab.
Oh boy.
But yeah, so I leave the creature a letter, and it's just like a little mail slot in her mailbox. Quite convenient, actually.
Yeah, sounds like it. I don't really have anything else yet.
Okay. Um, what are you doing?
Otar is EDSing. Eat, drink, sleep. Because he's not going to go read books. He's not going to wander around because he knows he's going to get lost. Might visit on Dandy when he wakes up. I don't know what he's. What time of day is it right now?
For you guys, it's morning.
He'd probably take a nap and then maybe go visit Dandy later.
I think your microphone's on 360.
Mine?
Yeah.
Can you tell from there? Alright. Can you still hear me fine though?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanna make
I
sure.
can still hear myself. Just a little less.
Yeah. But yeah. Eat, drink, sleep. Wake up a little bit later. Probably visit Dandy.
And how about you, Connor?
He sits in the room for a while, completely surprised by not having to fight a bloody way out of the castle. He was like, nah, our actions, like, we killed some guards, they're not gonna like that, like, we are screwed, this isn't gonna work. And then the king was, just like, hey. So he sits in his room for a while, just sort of thinking. He writes a letter to Celine, which I have written out, I just haven't hit enter yet. And so is this over like the course of multiple days, or just the day that we find ourselves in?
This is still the day that you find yourself in.
He'd probably try to find some sort of garden area. And spend a lot of time in just silent, like, okay, I'm gonna have to talk to my mother again at some point, and I don't like this, and what can I do to stop myself from just ending in another dead guard,
When you go to leave your room to find said garden and some peace, you open your door and kind of like peek out because you're still like finding it hard to believe that you're just free.
Right.
And you look all the way down the hall and there's a single guard stationed, and he's just mostly just chilling. Something you need, sir? Looking for a walk, and
yeah, just tell him, do you have a garden area or courtyard?
yeah, and he gives you directions, and you head out to the courtyard. That was the word I was looking for earlier. I was saying court. It was like it was half the word. Yeah, you go out there, and oh my goodness,
The hat came off.
no,
Oh,
Was that what you were freaking out about?
no. Our channel just got rated with 5 viewers.
Oh,
Oh, sweetness.
we got
thanks,
rated.
everybody.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi. Thanks for checking us out.
You should have rated last week. That was much more interesting. Right now, we're all like confused.
Yeah, we are all confused. That's awesome. Hi guys, thanks. So he gives you directions, and you find yourself in a courtyard. There's it's more of like a maze garden that has just blotches of just different type of. It's the only part of the castle that's actually well groomed. The rest of it is very like, I mean, you had a vision of what it looks like from the outside. It is very like overgrown ivy, and just this is the only area that's just very maintained. Except for like farmland that's just outside of the city.
Right. When you say that, do you mean like the rest of the inside of the palace is not that maintained?
Oh no, the inside of the palace is very nice. I'm talking like on the outside of like the castle walls. It's like overgrown ivy, not
Gotcha.
intruding like walkways, but like crawling up the walls and.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, very elves live here, and we like plants.
Right. He won't go into the maze. He'll look up, remembering the dream he had of circling this place, and he's gonna sit on there's probably some seating area, some bench, and he's gonna sit there and think and pray until he gets too hungry to have to go get something to eat, pretty much.
Okay. And what do you pray?
Just simply by his mother's smirk when he accused her of course, not getting on the throne herself. That's way too obvious of a power play. He's gonna pray for protection against assassins. He doesn't think that they're out of any woods. And he'll pray for every one of his party and for Galen. And then he'll write the letter outside and send it. Which I just sent to you. And yeah, if no one comes and talks to him or does anything, any guard or whatever, he'd probably then go ask around about the red tarantula.
I'd like to have you make a religion check, please.
Okay. I don't have that high intelligence, and despite being a paladin, I am not proficient in religion. So that's just a straight... Connor recently got into this. He's not proficient in religious studies, so he's a paladin, but he's not like, he's not gonna be quoting scripture.
Okay.
So that's why I chose not to have him be proficient in it. So that's just a straight D20 roll. Hey, it's a nice D20 roll. 19.
With everything that's been going on, you're looking for some reassurance in your faith. Your eyes are closed. You hear the nature around you. Birds chirping, people bustling around in the city below you. The occasional guard walking and making patrol in the hallway. Until it's silent. There's no more guards. There's no more birds. No sound of city beneath you. You open your eyes and everything is dark. But for a handful of feet around you. You look down at your feet and it's shiny. Like you're standing on armor. Of course, not your beaten up armor, but armor. You hear a deep and strong voice come to your mind. You still pray to me. After you and your party murdered.
Yeah, he's gonna feel shame and shrink a little at that.
I chose you months ago. Gave you visions of the past. Gave you insight to the future. I know who you are. Your race does not care to me. How do you stand for protection when the people around you fear you?
Fear me. I
In
think-
war, fear is hatred.
I have been too focused on fighting and not about enough of protection. do I seek to protect the innocents and those I do not know from machinations I still don't understand. I'm sorry for letting my emotions and personal problems get in the way and debase me. He swallows hard. Even these elves who have done wrong or following orders and doing what they think is right, and are also misled by the schemes at play. I repent and ask for your forgiveness. I do not know if style, while a useful tool for combat, is a right shield for someone like me. Might I know what to do next? Or who I should put myself in front of to catch the arrows coming for them?
Your sins will be forgiven by the numbers of people you protect. You find yourself in the city where the people need that the most. It is a different world outside of this castle. The temple that once prayed to me, be fallen after your mother's arrival. Remember, I chose you. And your vision comes back. You're sitting in the garden. Noise is all around you.
He's gonna sit there for a while longer.
All right.
Gonna think on all that.
The day is your own. Is there anything that you would like to do?
I still need to track down Rinta. I have so many questions. Like, I think. Okay, I have a pretty good idea.
Orion
Riorin
will.
thinks he puts it all together.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
Orion sends word to a guard. Will you take him to Renta's quarters, please?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Bow, chicka, wow. Bow, ba, dam, ba, bow.
A guard takes you into the very more luxurious corridor than the one that they gave you rooms into. And they knock on the door. Ma'am, Rinta, we have a guest for you. Crioran. Oh, coming. She runs over and opens the door. Come on in. You can go. Shoos the guard off and lets you enter the room. This room is twice the size of yours, and has a much bigger room, like area for like a study.
Activities.
All of the above.
Activities, yeah.
So much room for activities.
Specifically a study, though. There's a large desk, bookshelves, things for articulate people to have. I wasn't expecting to be back so soon. But hey.
Hey, I feel like there's a lot going on that I might not be fully understanding here. Are you a dragon?
She kind of like looks down at herself.
Okay, obviously not in this form, but like when you burst into the jail cell, there was that pearlescent and the scales and is it like some kind of magic? What was that about? That was new. That was something we hadn't seen yet.
Well, it's magic. What if I was?
I mean, it's awesome.
You really think so?
Yeah. Yeah.
Not this time, baby.
What?
I said it's not the bard that seduced the dragon. If you really must know, yes, I am.
Sweet. Okay.
I was expecting the next question to be, can I ride you?
Oh no.
That's for later. So if you're a dragon, how do you also have a mortal form? I think is the best way to phrase it.
This is my magic form. It's a very powerful polymorph spell.
Okay. So when you were saying that you had an encounter with one of the parasites that also took Lieber, what happened? What do you remember?
I was responsible for part of the destruction of Heidel. It's not a memory I care to think about often, but it happened. Most of the Crown's Guard and, well, upper military presence are aware.
And very clearly they don't directly hold it against you. Because, I mean, you still hold a lot of sway and power here. How many other dragons are out there that polymorph like you do?
One.
Do you know of any? One. Is it Garmoth?
Roll a persuasion.
Aha, something I'm proficient
Mervine. No, not Heidel.
in. 12 plus 4 is a 16.
Yes. It is Garmoth.
When Garmoth polymorphs, does he become Sir Garmin?
When he wants to be.
Okay. Crayon's brain is just gonna be like spinning, just like there's so much information here. And she doesn't remember a whole lot of.
She didn't say she doesn't remember. She says she doesn't
She
want to
doesn't like
remember.
to. That's right. So I'm not gonna push that subject, cause like, what? When you were talking to Lieber, you mentioned something about having like you saw the leech or the parasite crawl off of you, right?
Yes.
Since then, do you still feel it? Like, is there any after effect of it? Because realistically, we need to know as much as we can about going up against these things and figuring out how to track them down.
I fell unconscious. Heal quickly. but by the time I awoke, it was gone.
Okay. Well, we're gonna find these things. We're gonna find who did it. Because Heidel's not your fault.
She kind of grins.
And we're gonna
Thank you.
kill him. Together.
Thank you. She kind of grabs your arm and pulls you in for a kiss.
We all know I'm into that, so yep.
As your guys' lips lock, you feel a quick burn on the inside of your forearm.
I'll kind of wince and like pull my arm back just a little bit, just like ah.
And you look down, and on your forearm, a frost takes the shape of an arrow on the inside of your forearm. And where the feather at the end of the arrow should be, a snowflake appears. And the pain is gone, but it leaves a red, almost like a scar. The pain is gone.
What is that?
A way that I can protect you if I'm not around. Don't worry about that right now. And she pushes you onto the bed.
Yep. No longer concerned about my arm.
All right, fade to black. All right,
Well, who's
first person in this
'cause I'm
campaign to
busy
get
for a
laid.
while.
So while he's entertained for the next 3 minutes,
Oh,
Um,
damn.
That was generous of you.
What are we gonna do with the other 2 minutes and 58 seconds?
2 minutes and 58 seconds.
Freezer burn and roasted at the same time.
oh! You will notice that your girlfriend always has cold feet. And she wants to put them on you all the time.
Baby, lock them doors and turn them lights down low.
All
Price
right.
to pay for being the first in the party to get laid.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
There's implied pre-laying going on for Dandy, but yes, on camera.
On camera. You weren't there for my 0 session.
Exactly.
One
I mean-
extra thing. Sorry.
None of us also saw Otar's 0 session.
It was the
Dandy's
same 0
mom.
session.
And
Yes,
Dandy's
Connor.
mom.
One other thing Connor would do, just a small little prayer, would be just thanking for the protection he has been granted so far, and for the miraculous protection of not being executed for what he's done. Just a prayer of thanks. And he's then gonna go back to that guard that showed him where the courtyard was, or the garden. Probably still outside of his room. And say, hey, he struggles to say. He just sort of stands there awkwardly for like a minute and a half.
There's a pan underneath your bed.
No, it's when we showed up yesterday, things got messy.
I heard.
When we were in the lawmaker's little interrogation office room thing, there was an elven guard who died there. My shield kind of ate her.
His eyes like instantly like shift down at your shield.
Yeah, he sort of just wiggles it.
Shifts back a little bit.
I just wanted to know what her name was.
Elena Kanan.
Thanks. That's all. I'm sorry for what I and my friends did. Yeah, where are the kitchens again?
He gives you directions to the Great Hall. It might be a little old right now, but people are kind of coming and going. You can always ask for something fresh.
Yeah, thanks. And then he'll go eat for like the first time in 24 hours.
Well, Creorn literally faded to black.
One of my ideas of what to do was going to go find Renta and be like, "Who's the red tarantula?" Which I guess I could go knock on her door.
You don't know. You still could.
In bed.
Yeah, you could.
I could.
Yeah, you approach the door and hear the creaking of wood.
The rhythmic creaking. Like, oh, okay.
There's activities happening.
She's using that room. All for 3 minutes.
Oh man.
Poor man, not here to defend.
All right. We say we can give it some time. I'll kind of wait for Creorn to come back. Does anyone else want to do anything? Revelor?
Will I get any more out of like studying that book that I picked up with the silver quill?
You
I
already
mean,
kind of,
I probably would just like idly, kind of turn through some more pages.
yeah. Remind me, what did I already tell you?
I honestly don't remember. I remember that like I saw a few languages I understood and a few that I didn't, basically, and there was some kind of references to some stuff in there, but I don't remember what it was.
Okay. So from the parts that you can read, it's an instruction manual to a extremely powerful banishment spell. And they reference Zarka, the Lord of Corruption, and banishing him.
Okay. That's fun. I think that's all that I've got.
Does the Book of Vampires clarify any weaknesses? Or is it gonna be like a couple days study before I get there?
Roll a I will let you pick. An intelligence check or a constitution check. Constitution, because I know you're drinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, with both of them being 0, I will choose Constitution. Let's see if I drink faster than I can actually understand. Oh, that's an 11.
You're reading through it and you're maintaining most of it. You're not too drunk, but you learn that while it has a hypersensitivity to sunlight, that it can exist in it, just not for long periods of time. You learn that it can transform into many different shapes. They're resistant to non-magical attacks.
Otar would probably be awake from his nap by now and make his way over to Dandy's and let the guard know that we would both like more drinks.
Sure.
I'm just going over to see what he's doing because Otar's bored. That's all.
He's looking at books that who's you see these like books that he's already like read through have like really cool pictures of these like monsters with the vampire teeth and like they're eating at some creature and really gruesome looking images. So the pictures are cool. If you want to make an intelligence check to see if you make anything out of the book, you can.
Don't hurt yourself there, big guy.
You learn that you rolled a 9. You learn that vampires are very charismatic, and that they often like to use the art of seduction to lure their prey. It excites and scares you.
Otar's thinking to himself, Dandy could be a vampire. He takes a sip of his drink at that thought, of course.
So after some time, we'll say Kriorn retires to his room, and you get an opportunity to talk to Rinta. We can either retcon that or whatever. But Connor, so you go and talk to Rinta?
Yeah. She's an ally who's high up and knows some people and knows some things, so he'll go to her before anybody else. Try to find her.
You were earlier in the day were directed towards the correct room, but you decided it was best to not interrupt that. To come back later. So you know where to go.
Okay.
Knock on the door. And Rinta opens the door. She's more wearing just like a robe at this point, but
Okay.
still modest.
Okay.
Oh, Connor.
Yes. I wanted to ask you some questions. I don't know if you're busy or entertaining someone at the moment.
I'm free.
All right. Red Tarantula. Who is that? When did they come to the court?
She actually showed up with your mother. Ephemeral brought her in, because she's, royalty to Grana. To my understanding, the Red Tarantula helped protect her while in the Halo Forest. As she was fleeing from Grana, she found her as an ally. So as your mother rose through the ranks, she brought her with.
She was hooded, right? We never saw her face.
Correct.
What's with her arms? Like, is she actually a spider lady, or?
Of sorts, yes. They call it a drider.
A drider.
They kind of vary from more or less spider-like. She's on the lesser side. However, she still has multiple eyes.
Oh.
It's very off-putting.
Okay. All right. And the room next to the teleportation chamber, where things happened, that's not like her office or anything. It's not her place, is it?
It's near there, yes.
Okay. I'm still debating whether or not I want to talk to her about something. Just wanted to know where I might find her. if I did want to.
Well, her quarters are attached to her office. I reckon you find her somewhere around there.
All right. Thanks. Yeah.
Welcome.
I'll let you get back to. I'll just turn around and walk away.
Closes the door behind you.
There were the two half giant prisoners that got released. They were half giants, right? They like broke through the glass window and all that stuff.
Were they half giants or full giants? Because there was two of them. They were big.
Half giants. They make a full giant together.
They are technically half giants, yeah.
Okay. I guess I would try to ask a guard who they were and if they're a big threat and if like they might need help catching them.
I would like you to make a charisma check, asking a guard these questions.
Okay, just straight charisma. That's just D20 plus 3. Not 1d20. Hold on. 9. I like the 25 way better, but we'll take the 9.
The fact that you rolled a 25 on a 120-sided dice is pretty bad, though.
Well, it's within the realm of possibility for a normal dice roll, though. Kind of. A little.
You find a guard and you ask them. They were prisoners for some sort of devil worship. I don't know terribly much. There's a bounty on their head, though.
Did they get out of castle grounds?
They did. Fled into the forest. Left the city.
Thank you. Where might I find old maps of the surrounding area? Library?
So a castle is a library, if you hadn't noticed.
Yeah,
You'll
there's more central focused sort of place.
You'll find the bookshelf you're looking for, number 124. Gives you directions.
Okay. I would go and try to find a map that might reference that old temple of Helm that got referenced to me.
Okay. So you find one of the bookshelves where instead of books, it's just like small squares of scrolls and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a table nearby that you can pull it out. You find a updated map of Adroxia. And
you might steal this.
You find that the city is broken up into a few different places. There is the Gate District, which at the highest point is the castle. There is Thruskwood, which seems to be quite a bit more civilian area.
That was Duskwood?
Thrusk, Thrusk.
Thruskwood. Okay.
There's the Sluhock Grove, Sluhock Grove, which it's hard to tell from the map, but it's essentially the slums. There is the Leo Sweet Market, and the Premonition Brook. And then looking into the Premonition Brook, you would imagine that's where you're going to find the temples.
Oh, okay, so this wasn't a Temple of Helm out in the woods. This was inside the city. Okay, so Premonition Brook is sort of the more religious temple district.
Yeah.
Okay, and what was Thruskwood again?
It seemed to be more of like just a civilian suburban area.
Residential.
Yeah.
And then
while the Sluhuck Grove
there's more slums. Okay.
Yeah, you won't be able to tell that from the map, but if you get to it.
Okay. I would see if I'm allowed to leave and go on to town. I'm a king's guest, but I don't know if there's no for your protection or something.
You're allowed to do whatever you'd like.
Have I seen any of the other party members since we all separated?
Probably not. Unless anyone else has left their room or looked for each other.
If anyone does walk by the room at this point, they would just hear a flute play in the background. If you need a reference to what song, I put it in the Discord because of copyright reasons.
I would have stepped out to go to Dandy's room, but that's about it.
Screw it. I'll stop by Dandy's room, knock on the door, say, hey, you want to hit up the town with me?
Well, I've read as much books as I'm going to retain, and I'm not too drunk, so I can go for a walk. Sure, let's have the human run around the elven town. This should be fun.
I'll be with you. I handled a guard on my own. Would have handled more. I can handle any people that don't like you.
Sitting on Dandy's bed, I'm here too.
Oh yeah, he'll tear out their spine too.
Out for a walk, Otar?
Sure, why not? He'll finish his drink.
Three makes a crowd. And Danny will finish his drink as well and head on out.
Okay. And I'll just head straight for the Premonition Brook.
If you guys want to discuss for just a hot minute, I'm going to send you guys a visual reference.
Okie doke. As we walk, he's just gonna say, so I got a vision. It was more of a talking to, actually. Yeah, Helm did not like us doing what we did. Sort of just murdering a whole bunch of guards.
Which part? The defending ourselves part, or the panic essence that led after that part?
I don't really know what happened with you guys and your pile of bodies. I wasn't there.
I could paint you a picture. We were there in the court area. Nice little desk. Hole comes in. They push us in. We fall to the floor in some mud hole where there's water everywhere. A neck comes out, trapping friends against the wall. Then a bunch of soldiers come out and demand that we give up our weapons, like we're not already being threatened enough. Ensued, during an issue of not wanting to simply give up any hope of getting out of here. A friend died in the process, even though they're apparently holding hopes that they can be rebuilt. And then after that, I don't really know. I was a little blinded by circumstance.
All right. Well, I mean, sounds like you defended yourselves. It just, I don't know. Helm wasn't happy about something, and
Well,
what
it's a
I
good thing I'm not religious.
I don't know how much of a good thing that is, but yeah. Mine. I mean, I only got one. I didn't rack up a body count like you guys did, but
I didn't actually do anything for once.
you didn't?
Yeah.
No.
Otar was kind of pinned to the wall. I try to get him out, but when electricity hits your body, you kind of prioritize making it stop, and even though that kind of failed in the end anyway.
No.
Did that link work?
Gave us a map to. You don't have access to this link to the channel
course
of
not.
unknown.
It says this link is to a server or channel you don't have access to.
Yeah, I realized that my other Discord account doesn't have access to message in that thing, so I'll be working on that.
Okay.
It's just, I don't know. Mine wasn't all that self-defense-y.
Well, did they try to kill you? Or at least harm you in this circumstance now that we know that we're not being killed?
I sort of got to her before she had the chance. The most she was trying to do was push me down the hole, which would have just put me into a cell. While I had Style eat her whole.
Oh.
Yeah. I was angry. It's been a while since I've seen my mother, and yeah, all of that was not conducive to a diplomatic sort of, or I don't know what you'd call it. Just in the vision, long story short, he told me about a temple that used to be here. But it was destroyed when my mother arrived. And I wanted to visit it.
Your mother who, executed humans, and essentially your father, along with it, got rid of the human god temple?
Yeah.
Who
That
knew?
mother.
So are we looking for runes, or are we looking for a building?
I'm not sure. If anything, we'll either see a giant plot of rubble or missing land or a derelict temple. I don't know. I also wanted to ask you about something. I would have left Style in my room with like some turkey leg or something. to
Sure,
munch on.
you had a bunch of scrap meat.
Yeah.
All leftover food on all plates are being finished up by Chitu in the room.
I know, the side of me that's been trained in combat sees Style as a incredible asset. It's a shield that can have a mouth and can grab people and munch, and that's pretty dang useful for killing your enemies. I don't know how. I think having him has made me a bit more violent than I should be. Maybe.
From what I can say, you did get that a little bit wrong. He's not a shield. He's quite proven he's his own entity. Even though you do use each other in your own regards, he's his own person. It's like me with Chitu, I see it as. By all means, I give Chitu's orders every now and then, and I feed him, but I'm not considering Chitu just an extension weapon. It's a living creature, just like Styles is to you. I consider Chitu family, so I guess at the end of the day, you gotta make up the decision of what does Style mean to you? Is he just the shield? And if so, you can easily trade him out for another. Or is he something a little more important?
I think you should be more violent.
Do you want Style? He could just, sit on your back and go out whenever you call him.
That would be a bad idea.
There'd be a lot of eating people, I think.
There'd be no restraint.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, I wouldn't mind having another pet. Of course, I would treat Styles a little bit more like a pet than Chitu. Priority-wise.
I just don't know if I should. What I should do.
I'm sorry to say,
Style.
I don't know much about your rules. I was raised quite literally by a con man and a prostitute, so I don't really have much morals. The only ones I have is because of what I don't like. I don't like the idea of being abandoned. I don't like the idea of being lied to. Unless it was a good lie. But most importantly, I don't like the idea of family being in danger. If your god were to come at me with the same anger for slaughtering, which at that point it kind of was, others, I don't see it as unnecessary. The ones I care about were in danger in one way, shape, and form, so I regret nothing. The only thing I regret is that we lost someone in the process. Someone as annoying as he was growing on me.
I know I'm not there, but did you really just call Manny annoying? He was sweet.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I can see that perspective, and I mostly agree with you, pretty much. I'm just trying to just sort of watches the road as they walk.
Do y'all remember what happened the first time we got together?
Cemetery.
True, but just a little bit before that. We were all strangers, having our own beliefs and follows, but we got a mission that we had that we wanted to accomplish. The mission started at a shop. A little alchemist shop owned by a nice little lady named Sarah. I, knowing that the mission needed to be done my way, decided to take little extra potions for free. It wasn't just you. It was the group inconclusive that decided that I probably shouldn't steal things right off the bat. Over time, we began to understand each other. Sure, I barely changed, if at all. But I understood your guys' perspective slowly and surely. I respected you for it. And even though throughout the journeys beyond that, there was a little gambling incident that it led to a horse being allegedly shot in the face. And
Allegedly.
just let me monologue. My main point is, life will always come at us in different ways, shapes, and forms. Especially with the whole vampire thing being, threat to all of humanity and elves and all types of creatures, we won't always be able to stay on the straight and narrow. But it's the idea that you still feel conflicted lets at least you know that you still have a moral compass. Though there might be some gray areas in my mind, you will always have conviction to do whatever you feel is right. Although I can't believe what it would be like to have a god hound at you when everything you do is wrongs, but luckily my father is gone. Sounds like you still have one looking out for you.
At that, he's quiet. And he rubs his cheek before anything falls. And then he's just gonna look up around and say, "Where's that temple?"
Yeah, I'm Dandy's looking for just a ash burned down building that was just pushed to the corner.
And you find one.
Yep.
Oh, so it is just straight up burned down and left to
not
rot
quite.
in the rain?
The construction of most of these temples and most of the larger buildings are all stone. But you can tell that there was a fire inside of it. You identify it because above the door is a actual like metal crafted gauntlet, and it is no longer silver, but just very tarnished and patinaed with all the rainwater and the snow, and then the soot from the fire. The doorway has big planks across it, trying to prevent people. All the doors and windows are boarded up. While you're all walking, I would like the three of you guys to make perception checks.
Ooh. Another thing that's just a d20 for me. I am not the skill monkey. 19 again. Woohoo!
Oh wow.
17. 13 plus 4.
Otar?
He was trying to find it on his character sheet. No. Dandy, while you guys are talking, you're giving Connor most of your attention, but it doesn't go unnoticed how many humans, dwarves, and half-elves you see walking through this
I assumed none.
area. While the greater majority is full elf, you do see a good handful. Connor, with your 19, you quickly put together something that they have in common. They have a very nice necklace.
Oh.
Every single one of them. Beads of a blue marble.
Why do they have that? And these are just the races other than elves have these.
Yes.
Not gonna lie, I thought I'd see a lot less of my kind around here.
I thought so too. But I don't think that they are equal to elves here.
We talking slaves?
Maybe. You see the necklaces, the marbles.
Yeah, those blue things. Yeah.
Yeah, those. It's been forever since I've seen them, but I think those are what's called blue poundstones. They're very malleable, and they're used in magic items, creations, jewelry, weapons, small buildings. I might be getting some of this wrong, but if
Are
those
there
are all
any of them, DM, that are just like by themselves, hanging out, or even seen me and just taking notice?
I mean, some of them are like coming in and out of other temples. Just kind of walking around.
I'm finding the most prettiest one walking. If they're by themselves ish, I'm gonna just approach them right off the bat.
Sure. There's a half elf just kind of walking past.
Any humans? I'm looking for more my type, less than half.
Walk a little longer.
Oh, so are they all like? Cause do they have like pointy ears or any type, even if it's not full elf? Like any distinctions that show a
Well, yeah. So a half elf still have sharpened ears, but nowhere near.
as pointed as full elves? Yeah. So is there actually any humanoids in this area?
You did see a couple.
I approached the humans. Yeah.
Okay. They're not very attractive.
The best looking one. I'm not judging.
You find like an older man. Very. He looks strong. He looks like he worked hard to get to the position that he's in, and he's wearing clean robes, a necklace, and it semi matches.
Howdy.
Hi, sir. He continues to try to walk past.
I'm actually looking for some information if you don't mind chatting real quick. Name's Dandy Handy. Very handy dandy man. Nice to meet you.
Takes his hand out, and like while he's shaking your hand, he's like looking around.
Quick question. I can tell you're not feeling too calm right now, or a little anxious. That's fine. I just need to know, is that a slave collar?
I don't think so, but
Do you know what it is?
no, but I am forced to wear it.
Yeah, it's probably
Got it.
have a nice day. As they walk
Without hesitation, just turns around, keeps going, like looking over his shoulders, like, oh god.
I just lean into Connor. It's a slave collar.
Yeah, it's something that tracks them, or yeah, it's though that is, I don't know if it's lower than my mother's usual standard or if that's progressive.
Well, at least she doesn't just straight up kill all of them. So, a plus from negative 100.
Yeah, I suppose.
Did you need something with the
Alright.
temple, or is the temple's just gonna looking back at the burnt shard?
How big is this burn temple? Are we talking like just a small little church building that's been burned down, or like is it a big plot that is now just collapsed?
I mean, it's certainly like a decent size. You could, I mean, decent size for the time period. You could probably fit about 100 people in here.
Okay, so it's okay. He's gonna walk out into the ruinedness of the small temple. I'm guessing everything that's been here looks like it's been here forever. I mean, for at least for a few years.
Yeah.
She's gonna go towards the back, probably where there would be a steeple or a podium sort of place in his, his head. He's trying to imagine what the place looked like, and then just gonna start picking through it, seeing if he can find anything of significance, a hymn book or old jewelry, iconography, or anything.
So all the doors and windows were barred or boarded up.
I'm imagining a building that has been burned down. Sorry.
Yeah, it's stone buildings, so the stone's still standing. So the form is still
Gotcha.
shaped, but like through the planks, you can tell like everything inside was severely burned.
You can see the chard probably coming through the
Yeah.
windows and everything.
Yeah, of
Okay,
course.
that makes sense. And so the
Okay.
front door is blocked off by. Are we talking like wooden planks, or are we talking about like solid like wood that someone put?
Wooden planks.
Wooden planks. Cool. Eldritch
Someone
blast.
slapped up there and nailed. Yeah,
I just
we can-
Eldritch blast at the door.
Sure. I'm not gonna fight you on it. Yeah, you guys take a minute and get through the doorway.
Okay.
That's one way to knock.
Yeah, you walk in through there and you see the stands where people would stand. And you go up towards the front where obviously there was some sort of altar originally. It had a nice marble top and iron milled gauntlet, super tarnished, but it's like molded into the altar itself.
Hmm.
You don't see anything that appears to be of value, but go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Sure. It's another just straight D20 for me.
Sure.
17. I'm rolling mostly pretty nice today.
Yeah, I'd say you're able to
Investigation
find
is 16 total.
16. I'd say yeah, you're able to find most of a book. Some of the edges are charred, but yeah, you find like a hymn.
Hate to ask DM, but I'm specifically looking for bodies, charred remains of any type.
Looking around, you see that there's a room off to the side. Most of that was collapsed, but you do find foot sticking outside of that outside of some of the lumber that had fallen.
Kind of just sort of flipping through the mostly burnt book. That's probably also like soiled just from being in the elements. Or is the roof intact? Or is that
Mostly.
Okay.
The one that you found was mostly intact.
Okay.
Like the bottom of the leather was probably like a bit wet.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of sucked off to the ground, and some of the edges of the browning of the fire that was pretty close, but it's readable.
Right. He'll close the book and just look up and around the place, wondering. I mean, sure, Helm could have just been displeased and angry that his temple got burned, but trying to figure out why he mentioned it to Connor specifically. And then he'll just sort of sit down and open up the book again and just like read in his head the words of the hymns that he can find and read.
Hey, Connor, do you still know about the laws and rules of this place? Like Altanova and all?
Laws and rules of Altanova?
Yeah, like what could offend people, because you're half-elven, apparently.
Altanova's the trading city.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this isn't Altanova.
I wrote the
Adroxia?
wrong thing. Adroxia.
It's probably changed a lot since the last time I've been here.
Do you know what would offend these people? You know, if anything, to look out for. Like, say, I will go ahead and prestidigitation some of the soot and dust away. Start cleaning up slowly but surely. Like, I don't know, cleaning up a human temple.
Maybe. But we're the king's guests, so.
Exactly.
It'd be good if this place got cleaned up, at the least. I think rebuilding it is a little out of the question for now. Hopefully soon.
Yeah. Well, I can work by cleaning up the big fist on the outside. But I was able to do a little research. You know what Renta's doing currently at the moment?
I talked to her maybe an hour ago. Why?
Cool. Well, did some more research on the vampires. Turns out they can survive in sunlight. Just gives them nasty sunburn. So, that's good to know.
Oh, alright.
On top of that, discovered they know how to shift their forms to look like different things. So I was gonna ask, the dragon if she can think of anything that can help see through disguises. Considering how she saw through ours, along with Ethel seeing through our disguises, along with many other people seeing through all of my disguises. So yeah, wonder if she can help me out with that.
Did you say dragon? Dragon?
Yeah, Rent is a dragon. Do you also not know?
When did we learn that?
Oh, I put it together. See, back with the whole werewolf situation, we realized that these essential titans got out of hand by these little leeches, apparently. But then Rentus showed her spot hot, nonetheless, but taken. I realized, and the thought came across my mind, is why would they need some random apprentice, until I put it together that she's not just a random apprentice. Then we got to certain locations where I was able to put things together of what she revealed herself, and I realized she was a creature of a greater power, and the only greater powers that were taken over by those we now know leeches had to be of Titan form. And because she is direct apprentice and knows, I remember a quote specifically how she knew Libor got his powers from Garmoth, and how she knows Garmoth. I kind of guessed somewhere in the Titan Dragon-esque area, and then later on when we also discovered that she has icicle abilities, and I slowly put it together that she was a dragon. Just didn't know which type until, she froze our entire cell block. So yeah.
I should pay more attention. I just thought she was a high mage of some sort. Huh.
I didn't first think of that.
Dragon.
Yeah.
So
Adult, too.
So would she be the same dragon that attacked?
I can only assume, with the leech that she showed, and then considering how she said she was embarrassed of the whole thing, I feel like she was probably part of the whole attack. I just don't know where or what, but figured she had a hand in it. Which, that's why, if you notice that the whole me getting more and more upset of her defending the Titans when she technically, I guess, was one of them. I don't know how you want to describe it, but end of the day, I learned who she was had a hand in it, and was trying to see why they didn't just come out and tell people, but apparently they tried to, and no one believed. I don't know, still wasn't clear. But considering how now, then I had to go with my whole thing of forgetting Sue and the family, and at the end, you guys, factory resetting to a point where was the same simpleton that hit on you and tried to rob you. Keyword is tried, though. I didn't succeed. I remembered before that could happen.
Okay, so now I have a whole another thing to think about. Renta's a dragon. Huh.
Adult dragon, specifically.
Why do you bring that up a lot? Twice now? I mean, obviously,
There is knowledge that the Titans have that, granted, they try to share with others, and if they choose to ignore, we still need to know. With years that we don't have as humans, I need to play the catch-up game.
so her being an adult, you're not saying she's
lived
just
longer.
over 20, you mean she's like a few hundred or thousand or something?
Precisely.
Adult in their time span.
I probably should have clarified that, although I thought she was going along with what I was insinuating. But I will clarify. I do need to speak with her, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say it'd be really weird if she looked like that but was a child or something.
Also, DM, as I look around, is there anyone actually paying attention to us as I assume we're getting ready to walk back, or are we still in the chapel by ourselves?
We cannot hear you.
Thank you. You're still in the chapel by yourselves. And if you go out, you notice that most people are just trying to.
Copy. The fact that we're in the chapel by ourselves is a good bonus. I will then speak to him, because it sounds like no one else is around. So, Connor, about your mother being the condemner?
What about it?
Oh, nothing much. Just the information that we have that the condemner can possibly be working with Mittalon.
Yeah, had a little chat with her before I went down and joined you guys in the cells. I am pretty sure that's the thing. Can confirm.
She is working with him?
Well, I pretty much accused her to her face that she had something to do with Reveler's father's recent passing. She tried to play it coy. Saying, why wouldn't I be on the throne then? And I said, well, that's way too obvious. Much better to be a right-hand man, an advisor, someone who can actually do things and go out and enact change. That's much greater power than being the one to sit on a throne. She didn't say anything, but she smirked. And it was that evil kind of like, now you're getting it kind of smirk. So,
Right.
if Mittalon had something to do with orchestrating the king's death, then she's definitely working with him.
Got it. We just need to find a time to bring everyone together and relay this information again without her being in the room.
Right. And it's going to be hard because she's going to know everything that's happening in that palace. She'll show up and we haven't exactly given our best first impressions. So it'd be kind of easy to turn everything on us.
At the end of the day, we don't have any true evidence. I sat in the background while you guys were talking, and Reveler had his little family reunion. That was nice. We don't have any evidence that Mittalon is connected to this crown or that he controlled the creatures and all that. And whatever these titans were controlled by, we can only assume was the leeches. The same thing that Bleibor and Renta were also controlled by. That they don't know if all the other titans were controlled by the same thing. And we know, thanks to them, that this creature, whoever it is, lives in the depths leagues below the sea. So that's also fun. Yeah, there's so many things here that we just need to figure out. Either if our threat mainly is this Mittalon person, or is this leech invasion of whatever the heck that being is.
You weren't there for that.
That was what I was just thinking.
We cannot hear what is being said.
We're clarifying things. I have notes
Gotcha.
from before when we were at the werewolves. Talking with Lieber and Renta, Lieber and them mentioned how there is an entity below the sea that send these leeches out.
Okay.
That's where I learned it from. And that was the whole me expressing before, I'm solving your puzzle master, because when you bring that to him, then more things come in that I haven't done yet, so I am not metagaming. I'm keeping this in order.
Okay. Just making sure, because I didn't remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. And these leeches are resistant to magic too, so which is also sucks for me. So we just need to get together without, other, probable death kill of yours, listening in.
Well, she wanted to talk with me. I think I might be able to get a private talk with her while everyone else meets and talks about her. If she doesn't have a distraction to keep her busy, she'll interrupt.
I'm just gonna throw this out there. From the way you made it sound like she had no hesitation killing your father just for him being human. You sure she's not gonna kill you just to make sure you don't spoil her plans? Coming from experience, when goals are as great as what she has planned, they're very easily able to let go of small family issues.
Maybe she would.
Here's what we can do. Meet each of our teammates individually and have them all rendezvous here. Because it seems like no one's allowed in or near this temple. If we tell any of the other higher-ups, Renta and whoever Renta truly trusts. But I don't even think we should bring Reveler's family into this until we know exactly where they stand. Then again, I don't trust most of the elves, so, there's that.
Me neither. We don't know who is on the conspiracy. Who wanted to put Reveler's brother up there? Who wanted to pull his strings?
Just for context, Otar is asleep in a chair. He thought this would be more interesting.
One of those pews. He's just zonked
Yeah,
out in.
just out cold.
One of the only ones that have survived the fire. I think this would be a good meeting spot.
We didn't start the fire.
But I'll finish it. Yeah. In order to get help against Mittalon, we do need to root out whatever this conspiracy is. We don't need spies. We don't need saboteurs. We'll need the full cooperation.
We need people who are willing and wanting to actually solve this issue,
Yes.
not people who want power. Because that's if we want those people, or just creating more Mittalons, from what it looks like.
Right. So, we gather who we can trust. We...
In my book, that's just Renta and our group. But if you know of anyone
So
else in
far.
particular,
Can I think of anybody from my time back in Ghana that I might actually trust? Grana, sorry. Any tutor, a certain servant or butler who didn't express, like loving the humans be tossed into the pyre.
I mean, like, there may be some people in the city that you might still know, but
That was years ago. And a
yeah.
whole city ago.
And now the whole city is... I mean, Grana was taken over by Iorn.
Right.
So, like, any of the elves that were okay with killing the humans that you... or that were just happened to be there, like, could have been forced to fight because there was no one else to fight, and then...
So no. There's no
You
one I
don't-
can really think of.
Yeah, no one you can think of.
Sounds like we're gonna have to... Sounds like we're gonna have to do a lot of talking. A lot of spying. We're probably gonna be
Well-
here for a while.
probably go ahead and get in contact with Revelor. I'll see if I can talk to Creorn wherever he's at.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'll find Revelor.
Alrighty.
Just
Good luck.
Yep.
And
didn't somebody say that they went to Renta's chambers?
I did, but all I heard was the creaking. I have no clue who was in that room. I didn't see you leave. Just that
Oh,
Renta the dragon was in doing the do.
I haven't left yet.
Yes, you have.
So I went and talked to her, and she was in a robe, and I didn't like intrude into the room. I was just standing in the doorway.
Okay.
So you could have been in there. I don't know.
I forcefully moved your character, sorry.
Oh.
You're kicked out. She was
She
done
had-
with you. 3
She
minutes.
had some things. She had some things to do before a meeting tomorrow. So she shooed you away.
Yeah, and he's things.
Yeah.
I will be making my way to the different rooms that we're to see if I can find Creorn.
Okay. And you guys just leave Otar to sleep, right?
Oh no, I would wake him up and say, hey, go on, big buddy. Go on.
I was really waiting for one of you to do something. I was like, am I just gonna stay here forever?
Guys.
Come on, buddy. I fell asleep in church all the time. I totally get it, but come on, let's go.
Otar would begrudgingly wake up.
We were just gonna come back in about a couple hours, but I guess yeah. Come on.
I mean, if you want to take a nap.
Mind you, he already took a nap.
Oh, fair enough.
Take a nap.
I was gonna
This
say,
was
is this
the-
like your third nap since we got to Adroxia?
I'm filling
Just
Otar's
four
time with
short
naps
rests.
because he doesn't have much to add to any of these conversations because he's Otar.
Oh,
That's fair. None of it
he's very
involves
sleepy.
swinging an axe right now. So
Right, right.
Or transforming into a werewolf.
I don't remember that part.
I was gonna say, do you remember that yet?
He failed every single one except
Yeah.
for one.
He forgot like
So about
everything.
another day before that comes back. I don't know. Anyway. Alright, so I will see if I can find Priorn in any of the 4 rooms that were there.
Yeah, you know where his room's at.
Priorn!
Yep.
We need to talk. Are you available? Alone? Naked?
Yeah. No. Come on in. I'll just be chilling in my room, probably flipping through a book with like a drink and some food and stuff like that. Just
Ear to ear
Looking
grin.
oh yeah, there's definitely a grin and
You're just glowing.
yep. This military history is real interesting.
I bet.
The book is upside down.
I'm still
Who
on.
visited your chambers?
Nobody was here. Not even once.
Well, if your wank session is over then, we need to talk.
All right. What's up?
I will get into an ear whisper shot in case if anything in this. I'm acting as if someone is in this room invisible. I get in his ear and go, "We don't know what they're listening in on. We are gonna meet up at this temple that is apparently the old human temple, which should be deserted. We need to come up with a plan about this." I forgot her name. What the condemner?
I'm a kind of nod, and then I'm gonna say, you know, I like you more as a friend.
Couldn't help to try, and I will turn and walk out the door. Remembering where we came from, I will then make my way through back out to the Elven City, making some slight detours to make it seem like I'm a little erratic, and then try and sneakily make my way to the temple.
Okay.
I will go try to find Revelor.
Okay. How?
I guess I would first check his room.
Where?
Yeah, you don't know where my room is.
Oh yeah, he didn't have the same room. He didn't go with our. I would ask a guard, probably the same guard that I talked to before and got Elena's name from.
Um,
Like my friend Revelor, you know, I might find him, talk to him.
yeah. I'll escort you.
All right, thank you.
And so he takes you down to the corridor where his room's located. You notice that this is very much nicer than yours.
It was already super nice, and now how does it keep getting nicer?
Like they put money in just this hallway.
Mm-hmm.
And you arrive to Revelor's corridor. You notice which one is his immediately because there's 2 guards standing outside of the door.
All right.
And they're standing with their weapons at their necks. He would like to speak with his friend.
Yes, I would.
And knocks on the door.
Oh, yeah, dangerous.
Sir Revelar, you have a guest?
You hear like kind of sudden shuffling noises, and just kind of like clearly not just asleep.
No, I was about to say, who visited your
like
bedchambers?
fell asleep reading a book. Clearly did not happen, but you kind of hear like the sounds of like things kind of tumbling, and then yes, who is it?
It's me,
Connor?
Connor.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can send him in.
They open the door for you, and you were just blasted by this just enormous room, fireplace going, super nice furniture. There's a study, there's a little living quarters, there's a full-on bedroom off to one side, there's a shower off in the corner.
Well, they are. I was about to say treating you like royalty, but then I realized that was be a little redundant.
Well, it is a bit of a gold-lined cage. There is a reason I left.
Yeah. I needed to talk to you about something.
Yeah, of course. Have a seat.
Is there like a living room or a dining room table or something?
Oh yeah, there's like a couch. Like he's sitting on a like a recliner. There's like a couch
Sure.
across from a little coffee table from him.
He'll sit down. And he doesn't have any like secret talk spells or anything. So he'll just say, we're here to get help against Mittalon. How much do you think Mittalon is connected to your father's rather timely passing?
Honestly, I'm not quite sure. From everything that I've heard over the last few hours, I'm not even entirely convinced that Mittalon is necessarily our enemy. I'm not saying that I'm entirely convinced that he's suddenly an ally or a friend of ours, but it seems like he may be up to his own shenanigans, and there may actually be a bigger threat.
If he's making a giant metal snake to fight the other giant snake, and there's actually something that is beyond our imagination below the sea that's orchestrating all this, then I'm going to be very surprised. A king brought back from the dead trying to rule again was sort of, well, I think, what we all were thinking was happening for a long while. But nonetheless, a conspiracy took place that killed your father and put someone else on the throne. That's something
true.
that we can agree on. Whoever did it, whoever is in league with all the conspirators, probably would not help our cause unless it was something for them to gain from.
That's true, and in fact, they would have great interest in making sure all or most of us disappear.
Right. So, like, look around the room. Do I have that spell prepared? I don't. could have prepared detect magic to see if there's anything magical, but I don't have that prepared.
Is there something I could just, as Reveler, is there something you're concerned about? Like, you seem like you're hesitant to say everything.
If someone wants to get rid of us, they might want to listen to our conversations.
Ah, right. Well, I'm sure it's safe, but just in case, I might be able to check, and I have detect magic as a ritual. So I'll go ahead and ritual cast detect.
Super nice, bougie penthouse suite. You just take a chalk and just mar up the floor and light candles or pour wax on the hardwood floor.
Hey, that's the help's job to clean up.
I'm home.
I'm already
Humans
back
are the help.
in bouge mode.
So you spend the next 10 minutes preparing your ritual, and you cast detect magic. What is the range on that?
Let's see. Everyone's like, who's casting magic?
It's
It looks like it's 30 feet.
within 30 feet of the person who cast
Yeah.
it for 10
Yeah,
minutes.
within 30 feet of me.
That
So you could
barely
flick-
covers the size of your bed.
You cast the spell, and immediately you see that the fireplace, the fire inside of it is magical. So you begin to walk around the room a little bit. You pass by that painting. Something magical. You walk past your shower, and where the water comes from appears to be magical. There's little bits of resourceful magical essence in the room. The only one that you can't rationally identify is the one inside of the painting.
You can focus on it and see what kind of school of magic it is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, can I tell what school of magic I'm getting from the painting?
If it's divination, throw the painting away.
Or just go to a new room.
Or we can just go to a new room, yeah.
The guards just they're like, hey, wait, why don't you just hold this for a moment?
just here's
Back
the
inside.
painting.
Just hold it outside and just like, hold this for a second.
High level conjuration.
Conjuration, okay. Interesting.
It's behind the painting.
Right, which makes sense. Okay. Oh boy. I don't sense any divination magic nearby. It seems like everything is just kind of, for the most part at least, run-of-the-mill. With the exception of some weird conjuration magic over there, but I don't know. I can't see any.
At the painting?
Yeah, the painting. I'm getting some like strange conjuration magic from over here. I did discover a safe behind this wall earlier, but I had no idea what it is. I had no idea how to unlock it, and I'm not even sure if I should. So, but I imagine that that probably doesn't have any divination or spying magic in it, so we should be safe to talk.
Okay. Huh. Well, we're going to be us, our group, and Rinta, and whoever else she may trust. We're gonna try and meet in what was it called? It was called the Premonition Brook. there is a old Temple of Helms. We're going to be meeting there. It seems to be avoided. Did we discuss when we were going to meet? Like in a few hours?
I definitely gave the impression of as soon as we get everyone together. So it was.
Yeah, like
Let's
we'll
do
go
this.
get people and come back.
Yeah.
Basically now, yeah.
We're going to be meeting soon. Like as soon as people arrive, go down there in a few minutes. Do you have any court business or something you're doing soon?
For the moment, they seem to be leaving me alone, so
Not until first thing in the morning.
yeah, nothing till the morning. That meeting, the next meeting occurs, but yeah, it sounds like right away.
Yeah. All right, then we could head out. Don't want to be followed, though. We don't know who will be part of the conspiracy. Who will tell who?
True.
Do you
Maybe
know
we
who-
should take separate paths there.
Yeah. Take separate
Try
paths.
to take separate paths and try to walk in such a way that we might be able to lose any tails.
All right. See you there in about an hour or so.
So I'll meet you shortly.
And he'll leave the room. And he'll go
And
back to his room and pick up Style.
I'll give him a good 5 or 10 minute head start, basically, just to kind of oh, now I'm gonna go do my own thing, I'm not following him, basically. I've decided to
And
go to the kitchen to get a snack or
for brevity's sake, as I leave the door, I will message Creorn if we can retcon this real quick, and I'll let him know to have him go talk to Renta because I have no idea where she's at.
Reveler, as you go to leave the room, you get about 5 feet away from the guards and they start following you.
I sort of expected as much.
Just very obviously.
I traded it out for what's the one that explodes?
Thunderstep.
Thunderstep. So
Same result.
just also gonna piss some people off. I'm going to go try to find. I'm gonna find the nearest restroom, and just excuse myself to the guards. Is I'll only be a moment. I have to just use the restroom.
The guards are like,
And,
you have one in your bedroom.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a long walk where I was going. I'm going all the way from my room all the way to the other end of the castle, probably for something. So on the way, I had to go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom. I'm gonna cast invisibility on myself, and I'm gonna keep going.
Roll deception.
Oh, that's pretty. 16.
One guard just nods his head, and the other guard kind of looks at you and looks over. Oh, all right.
So yeah, I'll go to the bathroom, cast invisibility on myself, and then just continue on my merry way.
Okay.
You should have done that from your room because they're gonna stand out there for a max of 20 minutes before.
It's gonna
The
be
king
great.
is missing.
I should I take a little. Sorry, I think I did because I made the motion. I didn't say that for the camera, but yeah, write a little note that just says sorry and just leave it behind.
Okay. And so Dandy asked Creorn to find Renta. Do you do so?
Yes, I will go pop back by Renta's room.
Okay. You go. She's there. Opens the door.
Round 2 ensues.
Back already?
Hey, you. I'm gonna kind of pull her in for a kiss and then whisper in her ear, "Can you tell if anyone is listening?"
Just me.
Okay. I'm still gonna be talking softly and say the group is meeting at one of the temples. And given the fact I'm going to assume it's the old Temple of Helm, we're headed out now. I don't know what's going on fully. You want to come with? They asked for you to join.
Sure. I'll be there.
Okay. It sounds like we're kind of sneaking away from this one, so I don't know if we'll draw less attention together or individually.
Okay.
Honestly, now that you mention it, by the way, I should have cast invisibility. I can do it on 2 people. I should have done it on me and Connor, and then just left that way.
Oh well.
That would have been the smart way to do it.
Yeah, but they'd notice the door opening.
True,
Unless you
yeah.
guys crawl out the window.
He has windows.
I also have fly. I just cast fly, and we just go out the window.
I also don't need to be accused of kidnapping Revelor. The human got him. Oh my goodness, guys.
Fair enough.
You're
at
not
least, yeah,
human.
Or I
At
guess
least
I'm not.
split
it-
I'm not
pretend to
really
be.
human, but yeah.
yeah, but at least us splitting up gives you plausible deniability at this point.
Yeah.
The guards saw you leave.
So for the sake of
Brevity.
thank you. For the sake of brevity, one way or another, you all find yourselves at the burned Temple of the Helm. The sun is setting. It's starting to become quite brisk. And this is where we'll pick things up off in the next session.
All right.
King on the run.
Yeah, geez, I went from prison cell to King's Suite in a day.
Yeah, we were like, all right, like it's either gonna be a lot of diplomacy and getting our butts out of this mess, or we kill everybody, and it was neither.
Y'all spent the entire last session blaming Dandy. Yeah, he does one clutch move of calling in the favor. Told in Renta. What?
I mean, everybody's all mad at me, even though I saved everyone from dying of shock therapy.
There's that.
And I did it while also saving your pet Chitu, so you know what?
After I half threatened you.
Yeah, fair enough, but you know what? I didn't even make you make an intimidation roll, because I was like, nope, he's right.
Danny was on demon time.
Well,
Yeah, but after that talk, Connor's really not feeling like he should have Style stick around him anymore. Like, right? Yeah, that was kind of wrong.
Dandy's in the adoption game. He let you know.
Well, someone did just lose their pet. Maybe he'll like a little pupper, a little
Yeah, muncher.
Awful neutral.
Not have a shield. Like, rather.
Just wear him on your back. It doesn't have to be a shield to equip.
He's gonna eat my quiver.
Just don't put any snacks in it. You'll be fine.
Everything is a snack to that thing.
he has a point.
I don't know. He didn't eat my arm, and he hung on that for a long time.
I'll go.
Well,
to
you
reach back
fed
for
him
my
pretty
quiver.
consistently.
I'll go to
I
reach
did.
back for an arrow, and all of them are gonna be gone, which is really weird because I'm not supposed to count my ammunition.
You're gonna reach back, and grab Style and shoot the mimic.
Oh God!
He's a mimic. Turn it. Have him turn into an arrow, and you
Ultimate
shoot
frisbee.
him.
Wait a second. Maybe I will take style.
You can, like, oh my goodness.
How
This one
did-
doesn't miss. How it shoots, it gets close,
Wait,
a tentacle comes
can-
out of the arrow and grabs them.
You can cast catapult on anything that's 5 pounds or less. That shield is less than 5 pounds.
I was just thinking he was just gonna be the monster Captain America, just launch the shield out there and it just latches.
Freebird
that's
starts
awesome.
playing.
That would actually be great. It turns into like a circular shield that moves like a boomerang shield.
Oh yeah.
That's awesome and
The shield
terrifying.
doesn't bounce back.
The shield that bounces back.
Yep.
Style.
Well, I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me for this session of the War in Mittalon. Thank you guys. This was fun.
Unmuted, still on the stream.
I think we're still live.
Yeah, we're still live. We're just in the ending soon thing. They can hear us.
Okay.
Also, a huge shout out to Baronicus for that raid.
Yes,
Oh,
you beat
yeah.
me to it.
Oh
I
yeah,
was
awesome.
gonna ask who rated it.
Epicosity. We had a whole
I-
max of 15 people.
Yeah, that was
awesome.
And I really hope I pronounced their name correctly. But yeah, Baronicus. Thank
Yeah.
you so much for that raid. And I think we picked up a couple followers today too. I just didn't quite catch their names.
Yeah, we got a new one today. Astronaut 92.
AKA Anthony, I see you, my dude. Friend of mine.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, that was super cool. I wasn't expecting that. I'm glad it happened while we were doing this, instead of like one of my review sessions. But yeah, thank you guys for the raid. Thank you for the follow. Thank you guys for hanging out. If you enjoyed this video and want to follow along the story with us, go ahead and hit that follow button. We will be back 2 weeks from now. We stream this D&D every other Saturday. So yeah, and if you're watching us on YouTube, hit that like button, subscribe, bell notifications so you get messages when we're on.
It helps the channel out, and we appreciate it. So, thanks, guys.
It does. Thank you guys.
Plus, you get to keep up and catch up with all the other old episodes we've done up to here now. So.
Yes, a lot of story beforehand. But until then, we will see you guys around the table. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys.